Good evening and welcome. We are together tonight. We're going to be playing some Dungeons and Dragons. We are actually playing my favorite module of all time. I was in 7th grade when I think my grandmother bought me a copy of Tracy Hickman's I6 Ravenloft for AD&D. And I remember I did a terrible job running it because I was in 7th grade. But I so loved the story. I loved the different ways it could play out with different groups. I loved the story behind it, which, well, we'll see if we get that in some other time tonight. But I fell in love with the module. And every edition of D&D since, I have picked up a copy of their version of Ravenloft. And I have begged every group I've played with to say, look, you haven't really played D&D until you've played Ravenloft. It is an adventure you got to do. And so I'm fortunate enough that I found a couple of willing participants, mostly willing, I suppose, to sit down at the table and to play this great adventure and see how they handle the challenges of going beyond the mists into Barovia and encountering the Ravenloft. I'm going to kick it around the table to start us off with some introductions. And we're going to worry about characters a little in a second. It's going to be part of our opening narrative. So for now, I would really love everyone to just do an introduction of themselves, what kind of content you're producing, where we can find you, and what you're excited about tonight. And I'm going to throw it first to, we're going to go around the table from the stream view. So we're going to start with That Other Pond.
Hey everyone, That Other Pond here, which you can find me at That Other Pond on Twitch. I'm a variety streamer who is also starting a D&D campaign, so it's really fun. And I use she, her pronouns.
Hey everybody, I'm Danae Keener. I use she, her pronouns. You can find me over at DanaeKeener.com. I do nerdy drawings, mostly related to D&D and a lot of things on the Indoor Adventurers stream. I actually ran a Curse of Strahd campaign over on the Indoor Adventurers stream, and I'm really excited to see what all the differences are in Ravenloft. I got to be in the DM seat for Curse of Strahd, and now I'm excited to be a player in Ravenloft. So totally in it.
Cool. And then we're going to come around to the Raven Armed.
Greetings. I'm Raven, also known as the Captain. I do a Captain Jack Sparrow cosplay on Twitch very often. Been experimenting with new things too, as well as Viking stuff. But we stream every Monday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday at 9 Eastern. Do a variety of games. Yes, we do Sea of Thieves. That's the question I probably get most. And a rogue is the character that I know the best. I've done 2 different campaigns. So this is my first time back after our group disbanded with COVID. So it's interesting.
Yeah, so no pressure on me to make this perfect. And last but absolutely not least, one of my favorite players of all time now, Linarius.
I'm Linarius. I stream primarily Kingdom Hearts right now, but I also do like Kingdom Hearts and Zelda and all those kind of action adventure games Sunday through Wednesday on Twitch at Linarius. And yeah.
Awesome. And we're glad to have you here. And I'm Rob, aka Lantern Noir. I use he, hims. And I'm going to be running everybody else that's not part of this particular group. If you're not familiar with Dungeons and Dragons, hopefully we have a chance to get you filled in. You can always just ask in the chat. And there are a lot of very sharp people in there as well that can fill you in on what's going on while we're going. And we'll go from there. So, if we're ready to start and there are no outstanding questions, let's dive into the game. You're seeing the theater is darkened. The lights have gone down. The only thing that we still see around us still as the audience are the periodic idiots who still haven't turned off their cell phones, but they're doing that now as a courtesy. The screen flashes up with Lantern Noir Presents Productions, a few other art houses as part of the show, and then it cuts in on the back of a gentleman donning a very expensive looking coat. His attendants help him slide white gloves over gray hands with long fingernails. Another attendant grooms back the gray hair. You see a shot of his boots being polished. You see horses being prepped and a carriage being pulled into a courtyard. The boots stride across the space and climb up into the back. The drawbridge slowly creaks down, and you can watch as it lands firm on its supports, and the carriage takes off out of the castle. The drone flies up high over a mist-shrouded land. From the castle, you can see a winding road that makes its way down to the hamlet below. Woods surround in the center of this deep valley. Beyond the woods, a thick fog hangs everywhere. The camera is going to sweep down to a small church in the back of that village, where several figures stand around a freshly dug grave into which a coffin has just been lowered. One of the figures is a priest who stands at the head and continues to read through the prayers of the Morning Lord, wishing for kind travels for the man below. He addresses each of you. He extols the virtues that the late burgomaster brought to Barovia. Ugh. Next to him stands a man who looks completely ill-prepared for the fact that he is now in the role of burgomaster. And beside him, his sister, a woman of dark hair, dark eyes, and a firm, set look. Periodically, her fingers coil around the blade strapped to her side, as though it has always been there. And she watches each of you in turn. The camera moves to the first of the four figures standing graveside. Alighting on, and we'll let Lenarius go first. Who do we see?
My character?
Yeah.
Okay. So, interestingly enough, I am a high half-elf with a military background. I, like someone else I know, am haunted by my past. And I'm very polite, I'm very respectful, but I'm also crude, and I like to break stuff. So that'll do.
The camera pans to the gentleman standing next to her. Captain Raven, tell us about who you're playing tonight.
Captain James Ravine. Long years at sea have worn his face, and he's cloaked, hooded, despondent, stares abstractly into the situation. Scarring on the cheeks, blades about the wrists on both sides, unmoving, taking in the situation.
The camera continues its sweep around the gravesite and picks up a woman who looks like she knows her way around the forest. Pond, tell us about who you're playing tonight.
Hello. I am playing a tall, well-built woman named Quara Pinion, who is a druid from the forest and probably looks a little uncomfortable standing here, covered in furs and just quietly observing.
And then the last stop takes us to Danae. Tell us about who you're playing tonight.
I'm playing as a human ranger. She's wearing traditional hunter's garb with your sort of bloodborne style pointed cap. She's got black hair pulled up in a bun, and she's got this kind of long-suffering look on her face. She's always kind of looking over her shoulder and keeping an eye out for danger, and is covered in an array of belts holding crossbow bolts and stakes and other such monster hunting garb. She is always being trailed by what appears to be just a bunch of ravens that tend to perch on every surface around her. And she just stares down into the grave solemnly.
You have a chance to take in the situation a bit more. The four of you have traveled together from wherever you had a previous adventure. You've learned a bit about how each of you functions in a fight. You've learned to rely on each other as needed when foraging, but there are still mysteries that likely remain between you. You think back as you begin to help bury the burgomaster about where your journey began. There's a flash as some dirt gets thrown down in the grave, blackening the camera's shot. And as it warms back up again, we find a tavern where the four of you have gathered, and you're reading a missive that has been sent to you. Pond, would you do me a favor and read that letter? You should have it on Discord.
Absolutely. Yes. Hail to thee of might and valor. I, a lowly servant of Barovia, send honor to thee. We plead for thy so desperately needed assistance. The love of my life, Irina Kalyana, has been afflicted by an evil so deadly that even the good people of our village cannot protect her. She languishes from her wound, and I would have her saved from this menace. There is so much wealth in this community. I offer all that might be had to thee and thy fellows if thou shalt but answer my desperate plea. Come quickly, for her time is at hand. All that I have shall be thine. Kalyan Indrovich.
You did set out, following this letter, hoping to rescue that woman, the woman who stands with her brother at the head of the grave. She's been a quiet soul since your arrival in Barovia. She's done her part to stand at your side and has been hesitant to ask for any assistance. As you crossed over the borders into the land, you made camp and discovered a body in the brush near a clearing where you had made a place to be. That body carried a letter, frighteningly similar to the one you had found before. Lenarius, I think I sent that one to you. Do you mind doing the honors?
I do not mind at all. Hail thee of might and valor. I, Burgomeister of Barovia, send you honor with despair. My adopted daughter, the fair Irina Kalyana, has been these past nights bitten by a vampire. For over 400 years, this creature has drained the life and blood of my people. Now my dear Irina languishes and dies from an unholy wound caused by this vile beast. He has become too powerful to conquer. So I say to you, give us up for dead and encircle this land with the symbols of good. Let holy men call upon their power, that the devil may be contained within the walls of weeping Barovia. Leave our sorrows to our graves and save the world from this evil fate of ours. There is much wealth entrapped in this community. Return for your reward after we are all departed for a better life. Kalyan Indrovich.
The two letters were in similar hand, leaving you with a conundrum as to what to do. Yet you journeyed on and found your way into the village. You've met Irina and her brother and heard from them a bit about their story. Irina did confirm to you that the vampire Strad von Zarovich has been visiting her from the castle above. And she is desperate to take the fight to him. At this point, the grave is mostly filled. You have your options as to what you would like to do or talk about before you set out. The brother looks quickly at the captain. You don't mean to take Irina with you, do you?
This captain?
Yep, that captain.
Why would I not?
You can't take her up to the castle. That's
Problem?
taking her right to the vampire.
Well, by all means, come along.
Takes a step back. I'm not a fighter or a mercenary or a marine. I'm not one for battle.
You do all right. At least as a distraction.
Well, the town needs a leader. What would happen? I have no sons yet. What would happen to the village if I were a distraction?
You'd be fine. We'll take care of that. We definitely need all the hands we can get here.
Irina takes a step forward. My brother is not fit for combat.
He's got to learn sometime, especially if he's going to lead.
She glances at him, and he actually makes a point of looking like down and away. He won't look up.
That's all right. Stay here. We'll handle the business then.
Irina glances around each of you. Is there a reason that I should not join you?
Well, evidently your brother isn't a fighter of any sort. You're not going to be safer here than you are with us.
She looks at Phelan. You think I should come, right?
Probably. It's probably your best bet. You'll perk up into a fine soldier yourself one day.
She kind of looks a little unnerved at that thought. It seems like a good idea then. We should most likely make haste. It's likely that the Lord von Zarovich knows you're here. And as she says that, a dark carriage rolls into view at the edge of the cemetery. A footman climbs off the back, opens the door. A man with gray skin and shock white hair steps down from the wagon and cuts across towards you. He has the stride of a man of regality. And we are going to take a very brief break. Well, until we find out what he has to say. If I remember correctly, the Raven Arm needs about 60 seconds. So I'll put the timer up and we'll see what happens. Okay. The one thing I will say is that I know that when he says he needs a potty break, he literally will be back within a minute. Which I don't even call a potty break under most circumstances. But, which is neat, because usually most parties are like, I don't think we want to take her with us. So I have like backup plans if you don't. But I also have plans if you take her. So it works out perfectly.
Everything planned.
Did you do a summary of what happened so far real quick?
In what sense?
We showed up to this place and then what happened?
You found the burgomaster dead. And you've buried him.
And now we're trying to take his adopted daughter.
Right.
Got it.
Like I said, 60 seconds. To further clarify that, the burgomaster's death was not at the hands of any particular creature, but he died as a result of a heart attack, defending his daughter from the constant waves of monsters attempting to break into their home.
I thought we were pretty much wrapped up, but I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything else that you wanted to say.
The man strides, now that we're all back, the man strides across the field to the graveside. His attendant lags behind him at a polite distance. As he steps up close, Ismark, the brother, and Irina both bow, and he answers with a nod of his head. Ismark, the brother, is heard to say, "My lord, thank you for gracing us." And the man grins. "I would not miss the burial of the burgomaster. My apologies that I am tardy. I am also here to convey my hope that dear Irina will join me in the castle. The carriage awaits, and she is welcome to come with." She narrows her eyes. "I have told you no time and time again. If I come, it is not in peace. I will not sit with you, I will not dine with you, and I will not be your bride. My father died protecting me. We put wards about the house to keep you from entering it a third time. And these adventurers have sworn to protect me." And she glances sideways quickly.
Mostly on the weekends here, but yeah.
Anyone say anything?
It makes
Maria just puts a hand on one of her crossbows.
for me it's 5 to 11, but yeah, just about.
Farah is just standing very stoically.
She takes that as a positive sign and looks back up at the gentleman. As you can see, if I come, I am not coming as yours. I come of my own accord. He considers that. Well, I hope for your best interest then, that you tarry not long, for I fear there are, what is it I hear in the distance? Wolves running amok through the city. I would hate for the burgomaster's children to befall an unfortunate fate due to the bullheadedness of one of them. My door will always be open to you." And he bows very deeply and then turns and heads back towards his carriage. He will climb up into it. The attendant will climb up on the back, and with a crack, the horses take off at a speed. And she turns back to you.
I did. Yep.
"I thank you again for coming. Are we ready to make our way up on our own? He obviously now will be expecting us."
Very obviously, now that you announced us to him. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Was I wrong?
Oh, okay.
It takes away any element of surprise that we could have had.
You
But-
thought to sneak into the Ravenloft?
Better than to be announced.
Yeah. No. Interesting.
Oh. I think as we approach, you might understand why I did not assume stealth was an option for us.
Okay.
All right, then let us go.
Yeah.
As you do, you can hear the sound of wolves have started to move into the village itself. Ismark will comment that he can help people barricade, and perhaps he would be best served to stay behind to do that. And the priest taps him on the shoulder and tells him, "It's okay, son."
Yeah.
All right. Is there any business anyone wants to conduct before they set out up the road?
Is my familiar already present?
I had forgotten the familiar. The familiar has not crossed into the graveyard. It's actually perched on one of the posts for the fence around the graveyard itself. But as you start to head out, it will scamper along. It'll actually try to fly to you. And as it tends to do, it forgets that being that it is no longer a fairy dragon, but simply the skeletal remains of one, flight is not an option. But it still forgets a lot. So it takes a leap, hits the ground, gathers itself back up again, scampers along the ground and up your pant legs so it can perch on your shoulder with its tail wrapped around to the other. You've had a bit of a struggle, though, because it does not always get along with Maria's ravens.
Mm.
There seems to be a bit of a disconnect there.
There's so much politics.
Probably envy.
Speaking of which, does the familiar have a name?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, back when I first had him, and before, the undead thing happened, we called him Caracus. But now we call him Cascacus. Little play on words there. Sorry about that.
That happens.
But yes, we call him Cask for short. He likes it.
That works. Cask will definitely settle in on your shoulder and give you the option to continue. Would anyone like to inquire about anything else before you head out? You have Ismark here. Irina has planned to come with you for now. You also have the town priest at hand.
Maria will ask the town priest about inquiring holy water.
He can fashion for you 2 vials of it, if you think that will be useful.
Almost certainly.
Yes. Usually 2 is about all I'm willing to send with those that attempt to alight to the castle. He goes into the church and comes out a few moments later with them. I do wish you better fortune than the others.
Well, it's nothing I haven't heard before.
He catches Phelan's eye as he says that. Did you wish to inquire? You are, as much as it pains me to say, not the first to have thought they can take a fight to the Lord von Zarevich. But I do hope you be the last.
Who else?
No, he has been with us for generations. In my lifetime, there have only been, I think, 2 or 3 other companies that have attempted. You can find many of their remains here.
How were they prepared when they went?
Like you.
Not
Sword
many
and
in the
shield,
party.
magic and spell. I don't think any had quite an interesting companion as you do, my good captain. But you can see there, as I said, yes. Holy water is not a bad thing. And if you need, I believe I have a spare potion that I've been able to squirrel away. One of you may wish to take. Ismark will look at the party. Is there anything else you wish of me before you set out?
I don't think so.
Unless you have a pint of ale. Apparently I'm going to need it on this walk.
I'm afraid we don't. The only alcohol that can be found is wine that comes over the mountain. There's a vineyard on the other side of the mountain pass itself. I can find one of the better bottles before you leave, if that will help the journey.
Oh, yes. 100%.
He heads off to his... He heads off around the corner of the church for a few moments. Irina settles her blade and sets her shoulders. I do appreciate this. But I fear if I remain here much longer, he will come again, and there won't be defenses to protect me. You might be my last hope. And I'll die before I join him. I pledge that. So you set out from the village. The wine is fashioned, and you begin to make your way up the road towards the castle. As you come up out of the village itself, you look off to your right, and you can see, now that you've moved past it, and the road has risen enough, the castle in the distance. It sits on a pillar of stone separated from the cliff face, completely isolated on all sides. It almost seems as if magic itself had lifted the rock up for this castle to be built upon, and only a drawbridge connects it to the mountain itself. Irina was not being hyperbolic when she said that stealth was really not an option. The only way to the castle that you can see from here is across that drawbridge and into the courtyard. The road continues a bit further, and you come eventually to a split. One path leads down, apparently towards what sounds like might be a waterfalls in the distance, and the other continues up towards a little bit away, but further up a hill. From the path that leads down, you can also hear sounds of merriment. You can make out the high-pitched tones of a fiddle, the intertwining harmonies of a brain fart concertina, and periodic cheers accompanying with perhaps dancing. At the crossroads itself, an ancient gallows stands creaking in the wind. The rope swings slightly with each breeze. And you can see next to it a collection of ancient stone grave markers. What do you want to do?
Can I go and cut down one of the ropes?
Oh, from the gallows?
Yeah.
Absolutely, you can head that direction.
Perfect.
Check that real quick over there. Yeah. Yeah, Captain James climbs up onto the gallows and looks up at the rope, pulls a knife off his wrist, starts to saw through it, glances over, and in a moment, there's a flash. And you see a hooded figure standing next to the lever, and a woman in a white dress over the trapdoor. The hooded figure turns to look at you, and you see your own face looking back at you before he throws the lever. The body drops, and as it twists, you see Irina's face on the woman you just hanged. You blink, and the gallows is empty again.
Okay. Yeah, that's hard.
I'm going to keep cutting this rope.
No problem. You saw through it and it drops off. Go ahead.
Maria's gonna keep a lookout for any sort of danger. Her favorite enemy is undead. So she's going to look for any signs of undead being in this area.
Really? I figured you would have taken Giant or something for this. I mean, why not, right? Okay. Yeah, the rope comes off without too much trouble, and you have an opportunity to wind up. The rope itself almost disintegrates as you try to coil it. I mean, this has been here for generations.
Are the knots still intact?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, it's almost impossible to do anything with the knots because it's been tied for so long that the hemp is kind of cooked solid.
Mm-hmm.
You're not even sure the noose would work properly because it's so solidified with age.
Gotcha. But it still makes an adequate loop, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Actually, it makes almost a better loop than it should because it doesn't slide very well. It doesn't slide.
Good. Yes. I'm just going to attach that right to the belt.
Cask looks at you and looks at that, looks at you. Really?
Just give him a bit of graham cracker out of the bag.
One of Maria's ravens comes down and she's scritching it on the neck. And she says, "You get your souvenir."
Souvenir.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I absolutely did. You never know when something like this might come in handy. And also, it has touched something magical. Perhaps I should check it. Has anyone here capable of detecting such magic.
I mean, I'm an elf. You know, I know magic stuff, but I am only half elf. So, might not be too good at it, honestly.
It's worth a look if you have such a capacity, because I don't believe I do.
I promise you it would go wrong. Something bad would happen. It's not a good idea.
Magic is tricky and apt to go wrong.
Yeah.
No, perfect then. Well, we'll just take our chances.
Irina watches this and kind of glances over at Quara. You're not taking a souvenir as well?
No, I think I'm quite all right with this place. Quara seems very unsettled and uncomfortable. Incredibly quiet compared to usual. She does find quite comfort in the unkindness, though, kind of lingering near the birds a little bit.
Cool. So now what? Do you continue up the road, up to the slope, or do you want to head down towards the sounds of the merrymaking?
I vote for the high ground.
Which way is the loud merrymaking sounds?
It's off to the right. The road splits. As you look around, you notice there's a faded sign that you can make out. One of the signs points up the road and is labeled the Old Slavic Road. And the arrow that points where you've come from says Borovia Village. And the third post points down towards the sounds of the music and simply says Pool Beneath the Falls.
Maria will address Irina. So that way's the castle. What's down there? And she points in the direction of the pool.
She glances away. The Vistani make their camp there. Though perhaps it's not so much a camp as a settlement, as they've been there for as long as I've been alive. They say that Madame Eva is quite a soothsayer, a knowledgeable woman, but we keep our distance from them. There are rumors that they're in league with Strahd, but I have not seen anything overt from them. My father never trusted them, wouldn't do business with them. In fact, near the end, he was very upset that they took ownership of the one tavern in town. The times were hard. They had to sell to someone.
I say we go check it out and go talk to him.
I agree.
Everybody's cool with that plan? Okay. So you head down the path towards the sounds. And you can, as you get closer, you hear more and more of the sounds of the music. You can hear the jingles of the women who are dancing. And you come into a clearing at the edge of the river where multiple bright colored wagons have been parked. Many of them sit low in the mud. They've been there for some time. And there's a massive bonfire in the center of the encampment that people are dancing around. And the music flows naturally and easily, and the instruments just seem to blend one into the next. Men and women dance around, changing partners easily, pausing to drink and return. They almost don't notice your approach for all of the excitement they're engaging in. Does anyone do anything interesting before anything else happens?
Can I ask a quick question?
Fire away.
A DM question. So my familiar, would he be classified under a pseudo dragon?
Sure.
For this? Okay, I just want to get the stats right. But I'm good.
I think so. I think I was thinking Fairy Dragon, actually.
So I tried to find a 5e for Fairy Dragon, and everything is just pointing back to Pseudo Dragon, unless you have a different stat thing you can send me.
Then we'll use Pseudo Dragon.
Okay.
I'm not overly worried about it breaking the game. If it does, it's like I told Wings earlier. If something seems overpowered, I'll just target it more.
Perfect. Well, before we make entrance into this camp, I'd like to attempt as best I can to be stealthy in the back of the group and see if I can't find some shadowy place to stand and observe as we move along.
Okay, so the group's kind of like walking in, and James is just going to take a few steps back, and then a few steps back, and then a step to the side, and then, hey, where'd James go?
If our group has been together for long, I feel like we're not surprised.
Shouldn't be.
Okay, give me a quick stealth check then.
Yes.
Which seems an appropriate time to mention. The group currently has 200 pages in their Encyclopedia of Fate. Every 100 pages represents a potential reroll. They can use up to 2 rerolls per check, and that's the maximum cap they can use. Anything beyond that is like that's just we have to move on. There is 1 channel point reward that's tied to not a small sum, and it's on a fairly long cooldown that people can also trigger if they don't like the outcome. And then the last thing you can do is you can feed the Book of Fate with your cheers whenever you want to help out. If you feel the party needs a break, that's an easy way to be part of the game and support them or keep them from all dying, which will happen.
Based on that too. So with that, we get to reroll twice on is that on anything or just on specific things?
On any, you can use up to 2 rerolls. Each reroll is 100 pages out of the Book of Fate.
Okay, gotcha. So this isn't based on like a luck trait. Okay.
No.
Gotcha.
Well, it's the
in a way
the viewers can feed your luck.
Gotcha.
But we had an incident once where it took us almost 25 minutes to resolve a single skill check.
I can imagine. It could be painful.
yeah. I had to modify a couple of the rules. And thank you, Ear, for throwing 200 pages into the Book of Fate right like that.
Awesome. So it's a 21.
Oh, because you added it. Okay. Yeah. If you just click the box under stealth, it'll automatically add it for you too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right on the character sheet. If you click the box, which I believe for the captain is a plus, because you said +3. If you click the +3 next to stealth, it'll auto add that to you too.
Okay.
So you even have to think less.
That's great. I like that.
I do not get paid by D&D Beyond to talk about how amazing it is to make online gaming, actually gaming, easier, but I would happily continue to plug them absolutely for free. We're going to keep your 21 though, because I like that. It's a better roll. And James just sort of just sidesteps into nothing and out of sight. You take a few side steps over here. You duck down behind this. You creep along. At a certain point, give me a quick perception check. This is going to be fun.
Uh, 16.
Okay, you creep along and Cask kind of like glances over your shoulder. And then you can see he begins to shake a little bit as he chuckles. And you can feel someone lift a couple of coins from one of your pouches. And you turn around and you are practically on top of this 11-year-old kid that you did not see as you first came around the corner. And he kind of looks at you and looks down at the 2 coins in his fingers. Kind of shrugs.
I pull a dagger really quick to his throat. And then I pull out another coin, add it to his 2 that he's taken, and tell him to run away.
And he's gone. And then you continue your sneaking.
Yes.
The rest of you are making your way along, and party is going. People are dancing. Given the description, I'm not sure how many of them are going to look too close at any of you. But they will smile and wave, and a few will gesture if you want to join the dance. You get into the camp itself, and you spot this kid. He's got like a dark blue shirt and breeches. He comes bolting out of nowhere, runs over to another gaggle of kids, and they're all excitedly looking at something he's collected, and then they all kind of scamper off together. Are any of you engaging in the merriment, or are you just taking it in?
No, I'm just gonna watch.
I'm definitely not partaking in the merriment, but I would like to walk around just slowly and try and just see if anyone is standing out.
Okay. There's been clearly been alcohol consumed. People are definitely enjoying the moment, enjoying the night's festivities. Standing out is hard to lock down. Everyone's dressed in bright colors. Everyone's moving about. There's the music and the dancing and the drinking. There are several what look like almost storytelling competitions at different smaller fires, as people are talking about the time there was the dragon that came to the valley. Another one has a story about the time there was the mad mage. Another one swears that he's telling the true story of how the castle itself was raised out of the earth.
May I go listen to that story?
Sure. He's well into it, and you quickly get caught up from another onlooker and listener that it started when the valley had nothing, and that the Lord Strahd himself had brought in a mighty priestess who understood the gods of the earth itself, and that she literally raised a column of earth, and over a series of a decade sculpted the castle raw. Each brick had her hand upon it, all the way from the base stones of the crypts below to the highest peaks. The last shingles on the roof itself were her own crafting from the mountain. And then, as a reward, she was permanently entombed within the castle to ensure it would never fall. That is the fate of those who blindly follow the evils.
Neat.
The storyteller takes a moment to enjoy the cheers of everyone. He steps back, and someone else starts to give a story of a pair of young lovers that found themselves on opposite sides of the mists, and how they were in. It gets really kind of back and forthy, a little Romeo and Juliet-esque, but without the awkward teenage age bracket separation that really should make us not make children read it in school kind of stuff. And the storyteller looks at, "You're one of the travelers that's come through the mist, aren't you?"
Yes.
"You should come see Madame Eva."
Who's Madame Eva?
"Oh, she's a wise woman. She knows everything that happens in this valley and beyond. She can see the present. She can see the future. She clearly can see that you're here now and is probably waiting for you."
I consider it for a moment, and why not? Let's go.
You gather your compatriots.
Hey friends, I found someone who wants to talk to us. Apparently she knows a lot of information and might be useful. She's over this way.
According to whom?
According to some drunken person. But it's a lead. It's something.
I'm not much amused by the speakings of drunken men. But okay.
Yet we have James here.
Fair point.
He leads the three of you. Is James going to join up with everyone as they start moving towards one of the tents, or is he going to continue to lurk along the edges?
I'd like to go along the edges, and preferably if I can get to the back of the tent and listen through.
Okay. That will work. You work your way around. Oh, by the way, I'm going to take a pause because we can. I also want to say welcome to the Reluctant Hermit. I am so excited you're here, and thank you for the gift subs to the channel, and thank you to everyone that's been supporting the channel so far. We appreciate everyone that's helping keep the lights on and keep the dice rolling. And I will do my best to continue to take brief pauses to shout everybody out as it happens. But I just want to say again, if you haven't felt welcomed yet, thank you for coming by tonight. I love sharing my D&D with my friends. I love playing with people. I love creating D&D content. And I'm still struggling with the balance between pausing to talk to everybody and keeping my game going. So thank you for coming by to everybody. Dang it, allergy season. Which for me is pretty much from March until November.
Year round. Yeah.
Yeah. I hear you. Okay. So, you're gathered up. Whoop. And everybody take a second. Make sure you're hydrated. This is an important scene. I will absolutely let people redeem hydrate and posture check at any time because, darn it, those are important things that we forget. And I do. I get hunched over my table. There we go. Also gives me a moment to take a look at my notes because this one has a script I actually have to follow. Okay. You approach the tent, and the older storyteller takes a moment to pull aside the front flap to let you enter. And because it's an amazing trope, as you step into the tent itself, you are amazed at how large it is on the inside compared to how large it looks like it should be from the outside. There's a table set to the center of it, surrounded by scarves and other tapestries hanging down to create almost a central room within the tent itself. And you can see off to either side of you as you go in, various cushions for sitting on, small tables with potions and different reagents. You can see collections of books stacked in different places. At the table in the center of the tent itself is an older woman who looks up from a crystal ball that she's been gazing into. And her mouth twists up into a crooked grin. You've took quite long enough to come into the tent. Madam Eva has been expecting you for far too long. Please come sit. All five of you, please.
I prefer to stand, thank you.
Oh, but please come close. Close at least that we can see you. Madam Eva is not a young girl no more.
I'll get closer, but I'm still going to stand, and I'm going to be at least 5 feet away from this woman.
Yes, it's important that we maintain that 5-foot step distance in case combat should break out. She's not gained to me as a simple action. She's using a whole move.
Maria will take a seat.
I'll also take a seat.
As Maria sits down, she kind of chuckles when she says 5, and she says, "How kind of you to include Edgar here," who is the raven sitting on her shoulder.
Edgar kind of looks at you, looks around the party, looks at you, and in a moment we all remember that ravens can count. Edgar is very well aware that the party's actually, 5 might not technically include him. Also, fun fact, yes, crows and ravens can count. They've done studies.
They can also recognize faces and hold grudges.
Yeah, they're practically humans. Ugh. Irina takes a moment to glance around before she also will sit down. And again, her fingers are curling around the hilt of her sword at her side. Madame Eva spots says, "Oh, fear not. You will come to no harm within this tent. I am not here to scare or upset. I just know the path on which you all tread, and I want no more than to offer you a bit of insight into what might befall you upon it." Will you join me, perhaps, that we might consult the cards together? And idly, she begins to flip some cards around with her one. She has a deck in her left hand as she kind of twists her fingers. Cards pop out and slide back in. It would be best if all 5 of you were present, or 6, if that kind creature upon your shoulder is to be counted as well.
Oh, I do believe we're all present.
Oh, well enough then. He can just listen outside the tent. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. And she holds the deck out for one of you to split.
I'll split it.
Take it and set it and sets it back on. Now, it is of no surprise to Madame Eva that you intend to head to the castle. Would you like to know what will befall you there? Your intentions are to bring a fight to the Lord, isn't it? No, I've misread your intentions. Minstrels, perhaps, then. You're going to entertain him.
Well, if you know everything, you could tell us, couldn't you?
Oh, but it's so much more powerful when the deck hears your intention.
Very well. I intend to honor my family, the Silver Burses, by slaying a vampire.
Oh, that felt good. Now, if you're going to face an evil, you should know a bit of whence it came, shall you not? And she flips up a card, sets it down, and it shows the image of a book. There is a history to the evil that has befallen this land. Knowledge may sway the battle. And she slides the next card off the top. She lays it down across the book. A woman hangs above a roaring fire. Find her, and you will find. Oh, you will not find. Oh, how fascinating. She pulls over another card. It's gone. Taken by a princess. A lovely, innocent, ignorant little princess. But she is near enough the woman above the fire that you will find them in proximity to each other, I believe. Now let's see. She pulls another card off the deck, sets it down. An item of power. An item of holy might. Now that could turn the battle, could it not? Next card she draws. A sleeping prince. Noble, dutiful, and betrayed by his own blood. Sacrificed to darkness, I fear he sleeps now, well entombed beneath. She pulls a fourth card. Oh, the sun-made weapon. The ray itself a blade. And she pulls a card to lay across the top. Oh. He knows not where this lays, for it's right beneath him. Among the fruit of the vine you will find this treasure. Soured and stale, I fear no mortal or fiend would drink it, but perhaps that is to your benefit. And lastly, as expected, the devil. And he shall be found, darkness among the light, sitting in the most holy of places within its keep. He keeps watch over the very places betrayal was sworn. Hopefully these cards will provide you with an insight and a better outcome than the very many who have come before you. Good luck on your efforts. And we shall see what befalls you, shall we not? And as she sets the cards down in front of her, she spreads them out from the deck that were unused. And as she parts her hands, a bit of smoke begins to waft up on the table. And it begins to fill the room. In a few moments, the smoke is so thick you can't see each other. And then in an instant, the smoke clears as though a breeze has passed through. And you are sitting in an empty tent.
Are the cards gone too?
The cards are still there as she read them if you want to look at them again. But there's no sign of Madame Eva.
Maria produces a notebook and scribbles a few things down. She pokes at the cards a little bit with her quill and then writes a little bit more.
Okay. If you have a decent intelligence...
Oh,
go ahead.
Words of random drunken men.
Oh, come on. This is fun.
I prefer soldiers myself. Trained people in the way of combat. Not magic. Do hickeys. And doodads.
You would say that. I take the cards.
Okay. One tarot card deck.
Sweet.
What were you saying about intellect?
If you have a decent intelligence, you can make an intelligence check at any time, and I can reread my notes exactly as I gave them to you.
Okay.
So if you get to a spot where you're like, crap, what did she say about? I'm perfectly happy to let you roll a moderate int check, and I can just reread it.
I also took notes as he was speaking, and I wrote down whatever I could catch. and it's on the board.
It's on the board.
Put it on the board.
Go you.
Helping.
See? We have resourceful players. I have nothing to change to that. That's actually really good. Okay. Irina looks somewhat stressed by this exchange as she stands up. This will be quite a journey. It feels more real now, like we're actually doing this.
What did you think that we were doing?
I've lived in the shadow of the castle my entire life. And there have always been rumors that blamed Strahd for the darkness of the valley. I've thought many times about confronting him. I think now it feels real that we're doing it. That we're taking the fight to him.
The intentions are courageous. I give you that.
Maria's gonna kind of wag her notebook around and then poke Phelan with it and say, well,
hey!
Jesus. This is a proper call to adventure. Of course we're doing this.
Yeah, let's go. I like action. What can I say? I also want to break stuff. So, and perhaps I can find myself a worthy opponent. Not these pitiful excuses of fighting men.
I'm certain the devil will be happy to provide that.
Okay. You head out of the tent, and the camp has gone shockingly quiet since you passed through. The fires are starting to burn down, and most of the people seem to have disappeared either into their tents or into the wagons. You see an odd person here or there making their way towards one, but for the most part, the party has ended.
How long were we in there?
A few moments.
Oh no, it's been years. James is an old man now.
Yes, you see, I have a second character sheet for you there, Raven, that you're going to be using now.
Like feeble stick shake. Get off my lawn.
Get this rope.
That's
That's
the real.
right. The rope is even more old. Like it's just ashes in my pocket.
I would like to do a quick look around the camp and
Okay.
just look around, poking and seeing if there's anybody still out and about that I could go talk to.
You can find somebody if you go looking.
I don't want to go looking too hard.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stand here and look around in a circle.
For the most part, no. Everyone seems to have taken this as their sign. It's time to go find another place to be.
I don't know about you guys. I say we go ahead and get on with this adventure and go find this guy. And go slay some vampires.
Irina will nod along with that option. As you make your way towards the edge of camp, I shall assume that the Captain James is reconnoitering with everyone.
Yes. Still hanging in the back, but there.
As everyone expects. You hear the sound of hooves as you make your way out towards the road again. And a team of black horses appears around the bend in the path in the road and pulls up in front of you, pulling behind it a black carriage with the Von Zarovich crest emblazoned on its side. The wagon it kind of turns so that it can head back up the road, and the horses stop, and the door opens of its own accord to the carriage. There is neither driver nor attendants.
Which way did it come from?
Down the road from the crossroads, so possibly down the road from the castle.
So back the way that we came.
Correct.
I'm gonna go take a look inside.
Okay. You careful? How carefully are you approaching it?
I'm not careful at all. I run straight in for it, but more like a brutally like walk like this kind of thing. and I've got my hands ready just in case I need to whip out my bow.
Okay, so the EMT walk of purpose.
Yes.
You're not running.
Nicely.
You're walking with purpose. Okay.
Yes.
You get up to the carriage, and there is no one in it. It's completely empty. It looks perfectly maintained. The leather along the seats is all perfectly set. The creases are still crisp where the buttons are holding it in place. The stitchwork looks immaculate. The wood, you can almost see your reflection in the polish of the black wood. The horses don't even react to your approach as they stand quietly at attention.
Okay. I will go pet one of the horses and address them as my cuties.
Maria's gonna call dryly over her shoulder. Captain, someone's called you a cab.
Well, can I do a history check here to see if I know anything about this castle in Strahd?
Sure.
Yeah, just curious how knowledgeable my character is.
That's perfectly reasonable.
Not
Not that knowledgeable.
I know nothing, Jon Snow. All right, so
Full Jon Snow
yeah.
on that.
And this is this thing's the direction the carriage is up is going towards the castle.
Right. It would take you back up the road to the crossroads and then presumably onto the castle.
Right. So, given my lack of knowledge about any history here, I'm going to go off on a wild tangent and say that this guy, being as powerful as he is, probably knows we're here. I got a feeling. So, we could walk the rest of the way or take the carriage that's been sent to us. I don't think it's going to matter much either way. I would like to take my familiar, though, and see if I can have it telepathically link to one of the horses to see if there's any malintent in their emotions.
Ooh, that's a good idea. Is that a pseudo dragon thing?
Yeah, limited telepathy. Any creature within 100 feet can understand language. That can understand a language. Doesn't say which one. So if they speak or understand anything, it can communicate simple ideas, emotions, and images.
Okay, so you're asking Cask to check in on the horses and see what they're thinking about.
Yeah, exactly. Like see if there's any images that flash, any emotions, like if they're just like full of pure hatred. Like,
Okay. Yeah, Cask will do his best to connect with them and ask them some questions to see what's going on, and makes that connection. And he kind of bobs its head a few times and looks over at you. They're very loyal. I mean, not as loyal as me. I mean, they're not that loyal, but compared to me, like I'm crazy loyal. Like I keep serving, I'm not even alive anymore, but they're still very loyal, and they're alive, which is, I guess, good.
do you sense that they are angry, bitter, bent on destruction, going to ride the carriage off into a ravine?
Oh, they're very well cared for.
Okay. Well then, give him another piece of graham cracker, and then I'm gonna hop in the carriage and have a seat. Let's go.
Let's do this.
Well, he didn't burst into flame. Hops in
I
after
will
him.
get on the back of one of the horses.
I would like to join the other horse.
Actually, can I get on top of the carriage? And just like take out my crossbow and just like sit there at the ready.
You're gonna like
yeah, I'm gonna definitely. I've got my bow ready.
urban
it's ready,
surf
it's
on the
there.
back on top of the carriage. Two of you are riding on the horses. The rogue is getting in, and Irina looks slightly horrified.
I'm just petting the horse very gently. I don't have any weapons ready. I'm just petting it.
Oh boy. Irina kind of okay. Irina sits down opposite Captain James and kind of adjusts her shoulder armor. As soon as
You guys get about 3 or 4 ravens in the carriage as well. You know, chaperones.
yeah, that's fair. As soon as Irina has climbed in and settled herself, the door automatically just swings itself shut. And there's a short beat, and then the horses start. They begin to pull the carriage at a light walk and then at a jog, and pretty soon they're up to a full gallop. If you're attempting to control them, they are actively ignoring you.
I'm for the ride for now.
The carriage continues up the road and despite the steepness of the path itself, turns several times until you finally come around one bend and you can see the castle in the distance, including the drop between the road and the castle itself, with the drawbridge up. And at the moment, the bridge is up. The horses don't even break stride. And you begin to get closer to that cliff face. And then closer. And at what would seem like the last possible moment, the bridge begins to come down. And it touches the supports where it lands, just as the first horse's hooves land on top of the bridge. And you careen right across the drawbridge into the courtyard of the castle. You look up at a Gothic mansion set in the middle of this courtyard. Walls surround you, 15 feet high, with turrets at each of the corners. The horses quickly slow to a stop right in front of the entrance to the castle itself. The main door stands open, and light spills down the staircase. As the carriage finally comes to a stop, the door nearest the castle itself opens of its own accord, inviting you to step out. Or climb down, depending on the circumstance.
How big is this gate?
The gate that you came through was big enough for the carriage and horses easily. The main door to the castle is double door sized.
Okay. I'm gonna get down
Okay.
and I'm gonna pat the horses and thank them for their service.
Okay.
Been quite honorable. And the door is open in front of us, correct?
Yes, the door to the castle is open, so you can head straight on in if you wish.
Yeah, I'm going to go up to the door and stick my head in and yell really loudly, "Is anybody here?"
Okay. As Phelan starts to stride towards the door, is anyone else doing anything of interest that I should know about before she gets there?
I start to dismount, and I was a little distracted by the horses. I'm feeding one a carrot.
Maria hops down off of the carriage, takes a raven out of the air, and just literally puts it in her jacket.
Okay. Cask
Saving it for later.
kind of looks at Captain James and looks out. Are we going in there? Are we really going in there?
You better believe we're going in there. Well, what's like with that a little bit of adventure? Now, do you want to be tucked in my coat like that bird over there, or you want to stay up top?
Ooh. Well, up top.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's my preference too. I mean, you're a little bony nowadays.
And you step down out of the carriage, and as your boot hits the cobblestones of the courtyard, you hear the clank and the shooting sound of the porculus from the main gate you just came through just drop, like someone has thrown the lever to release it, and it just slams down, and in that instant, Cask is inside your coat.
Well, that didn't last long, did it? Come on, you scaredy bird, get out of here. Like, I'm pulling back out and put him on my shoulder. You're fine. Started walking across the gate.
You can also hear the groan of the winches as the drawbridge begins to rise. Meanwhile, Phelan has leaned in and shouted, "Anybody home? We just need to use the telephone real quick." And you're instead answered by the sounds of a pipe organ. Something perhaps by, what's his name? He was the one that went deaf, perhaps. Just those haunting minor key riffs up and down the keys as he continues to play. And you can hear the sound. It's when you look in, the room that you're in is a grand foyer with statues of dragons holding the roof up. Just past there, you can see another central room with a staircase that goes off to the left and up. And by staircase, I mean 30 feet wide staircase that goes up into the castle. The sounds of the organ come from around the right from that main center room. There's a chandelier in the center of that main room that is lit with melting candles, shedding shadows in every direction. The flicker of the light almost creates a motion that seems like it might be a thing, and then you blink again, it's just a flicker of the candle. So what's happening?
So the shadow and the sound of the organ are in the same direction or different directions?
The shadows are from the chandelier in the center of that main foyer center room. The
Oh, I
pipe
thought you said that
organs-
we thought we saw something in the shadows.
Yeah, a couple times you catch yourself thinking you see something move, but it's probably just a trick of the light. The organ's coming from around the corner to the right. So from where you are, there's a hallway ahead of you, a massive staircase to the left, and the sounds of something coming off from the right. Sounds of the pipe organ.
I vote we go poke around the pipe organ. I've always loved organs, you guys. What do you guys want to do?
Irina settles her blade and looks around each of you to make a decision.
How high up is that chandelier?
20 feet or so.
How far do you give for the reach of a mage hand?
Probably about, I'm sure it's within 20 feet.
Just wondering if I can snuff some of the flames.
Yeah, totally.
Okay. I'd like to snuff like maybe all but one of them, so it's super dark.
Okay.
And then we'll ask the elf to lead the way, because I do assume that half elves have night vision.
I
Dark vision.
have dark vision.
Yeah.
Yes, I can see up to 60 feet in the darkness.
That's a great trait. So
Yet somehow you still seem to always step on a Lego.
I do, though.
It's just the way it goes sometimes, right? Okay. And you're going to head around to follow the sounds of the pipe organ?
Mhm.
Okie dokie. Dump. Da-dump. Okay. Bum bum. You come around the corner, and as you continue, if you keep turning to your right, there's a dining room set just off the small hallway. At the far end of the table on the wall, all the way opposite you, is an organ that takes the entire wall itself, 20 feet wide, just pipes of every size and orientation. The table fills the room, stretching out, with the master's chair at the far end facing you, and rows of lit candelabra set along the center of the table. Food of every variety is presented. There are pitchers, bottles. There's a roast bird at one end. You can see a suckling pig at the far end. Jars of jellies and other cooked vegetables. Food as well prepared as you haven't seen in days. A man in a black cape sits at the organ playing it. And he makes no reaction to your entrance.
Does it look like the guy?
From the back, probably. You can see that shock white hair and the dark gray skin of his hands as his fingers dance across the keys.
And just quick sidebar question. This is a guy that we assume is responsible for the vampires, right?
Like the big vampire. That would be a
Yeah.
safe yes.
So we assume this guy is bad.
Oh, he's super bad.
Well, you know.
Okay. That's all I needed to know.
Good.
I mean, he keeps
I
on trying
have-
to. He's a dick. He keeps on trying to coerce Irina into coming up to his castle and fucking die, become a vampire lady, and she's not into it.
Well, I mean, okay. So you see, I have got a lot of experience in military combat training, right?
Right.
And from my training perspective, experience stuff, I would do say that a guy turned around not noticing that we're here could either mean we have the tactical advantage or
We're right
the
where he
exact
wants us
opposite.
to be. Yeah.
And we're right where he wants us to be. So I vote, again, in just my militaristic opinion, that we, either go all ham on him right now, or we back out and go explore in the castle a little bit and learn more about the situation.
I want to say that we're used to looking to Phelan for tactical advice. So Maria's got her crossbow trained on this guy, and she's basically looking at her like, should I take the shot?
What do you guys think?
So amidst all this confusion too, I'm just gonna walk in, pull up a chair, both boots on the desk, open up that bottle of wine that was given to me. Say hello. You eating all this by yourself? Or are you expecting guests?
Maria looks exasperated.
Ara's shaking her head.
As he sits down, I'm just going to pull out my crossbow and I'm immediately going to fire at the guy sitting down.
You can tell I'm over here. I didn't shoot that.
Okay, give me an attack roll. We're not in initiative yet.
Just
Oh my god.
Just
rolling up on Strahd with a crossbow.
yeah.
I do
Nothing could go
have
wrong.
Extra attack. Can I quickly redraw that?
Yeah, you have a level 20 wizard in your pocket? I want to pull him out.
Crossbows have the limited property, you can't shoot them more than once per turn.
Yeah.
Unless you have a feat for it!
You have to kind of, work the mechanisms to restock
Oh,
it. Did you want to burn a
but
reroll? We've got
But
a
it
couple.
says I have extra attack.
Yeah, that's with your swords.
Pooey.
Did you want to burn a reroll?
Probably not a good idea.
Okay. Is Maria also letting one fly? Never mind. Ear's got your back.
Nope. Yes,
Honestly.
ear.
Ear's got, we've got 10-minute cooldown, but we'll see what
13?
happens. That will hit.
Yes.
Yeah. You hear that
2.
wow.
I miss Jansen.
Oh.
Jansen is kind of like a whirling dervish of monkey death. Just point them at something and watch it die. Yeah, I do kind of miss that shock of like how much damage can you... Anyway, yeah, the arrow like straight down the table. There's a slight flicker in the candles as it passes them, and it like lodges in the shoulder of the figure working the keyboard. It continues to play as though nothing has happened. The same haunting melodies.
Maria turns that exasperated look on Phelan.
Is it
My chopped liver.
So he didn't acknowledge my conversation either?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna slowly start to back out of the room.
Please come in, he says as he works the keys. Have a seat and sample the wares prepared in my kitchens. Thank you, Obacon, for that, by the way. Hydrate and stretch as you come into the room. He needs to give me a little more warning before he does that. Okay, hydrate, stretch, break. Good moment to stop for a quick pause.
I could take a break too. I'll be right back.
Okay, quick potty break for everybody, if you need them. I'm going to stay right here and keep talking, though, if everyone's cool.
It's so hard not to be like, I'm gonna get the karate guy off the thing with the bows and blurry blows and disengage with a misty step. It's so hard.
Okay, no, we don't need warnings on the hydration and posture checks. We need about 10 more seconds before Raven goes off to do his record speed pee, which is always impressive. Yeah, you're back. We also lost Danae, though, because she also said, you know what? Since we're pausing for a moment, I'm going to do that.
No lie, though, I walked out into my living room and there was organ music playing on my television. I said, oh, it's happening. Yes. Strahd's powers reached much farther than I expected.
That's not an accident. I've been preparing for weeks for this. You have no idea what's coming tonight.
Very excited.
I just really hope for your sake that none of you actually have your characters die, because I'd hate to actually kick those plans into place.
Do we get, like, since it's a one-off, do we get, like, mini level ups or something? Like, oh, I'm level 5 already. Never mind. I take the back notice. Oh, never mind. We're good.
No, you can always let us know. You don't need to warn us before you ask us to hydrate. It's always good to remember to do that. I'm almost through my whiskey, so I really need to shift to some more water. Which, by the way, if you are in Michigan, Ironfish Distillery, located in Thomasville, Michigan, is a farm to table operation that makes its own gin and similar spirits, and they have taken to bottling and curing whiskey. It is one of the best establishments for alcohol I have found in the state of Michigan, and they will ship just about anywhere they can. So that's Ironfish Distillery in Thomasville, Michigan. By the way, they aren't paying me for that, but I'm hoping they will someday. Note to self, clip that. Okay. Boom. No, last thing before I leave, I am throwing a yes to monochromatic vice. For that, yes, we all absolutely need to take care of each other and remember that we all matter. They cure it in maple syrup barrels. They let it age in that. So they finish the whiskey and things like that. Or there's a couple other types of barrels they use to age it, so it picks up some of that flavor. Okay. The crossbow bolt is fired. The figure at the pipe organ makes no motion of it. And then finally acknowledges your presence as you start to leave. Please come in, sample the foods from the kitchens. Help yourself to the fine foods that have been prepared for you at this banquet.
I mean, I'm not really that hungry, and I kind of actually need to pee. So could I which way to the restroom?
What else is going on? As Valen's backing out.
Quara reaches to pick up an apple, and she doesn't bite into or anything, but she's just inspecting it, kind of smelling it. Like, is this real?
As near as you can tell. I mean, it's not just an apple. It's like the epitome of apple. Like, it's not super red, because that would be a natural red, but it's really red.
All right.
Not a bruise on it or a worm spot.
Has still got her crossbow trained on the figure, and she says, "Need I tell you not to indulge in the libations of the enemy?"
I wasn't going to enjoy. I was just going to do this, and I huck it at him.
Oh, give me an attack roll. Oh, and while she's rolling the attack, I'm glad they made it to your ear. I was worried. I think you're the first stickers I've sent internationally. So I was really excited to send those over to you, and I'm glad you got them safely and soundly and everything. That makes me feel good.
For that attack, should it just be an unarmed strike?
Sure, you can roll that.
All right.
I have no idea what. Ooh.
17.
17.
An apple.
Yeah, you ping the apple right off him. And it ricochets and it bounces around for a bit. And he continues to play. Please enjoy the food and wine presented for you. Have a seat and take in my opportunity to perform for guests for the first time in what seems like an age.
a big meaty crunch comes out of the apple I'm chewing on, so I'm just soaking it in. Are your wares better than that mountain winery that I got here?
It's a really good apple.
I'm wondering about your wine. I brought some, but I'm wondering if yours is better.
He actually does not directly answer that.
Interesting.
All of you should have a seat and sample the foods. It shall not go to waste. I'm certain you will find something to your taste at this table.
I really appreciate the offer, but I'm still just gonna keep backing out. You know, I drank a lot of water on the way here. And there was this caravan, and you know, they didn't have a restroom. It's a big castle area. I'm sure you got one. So I'm just gonna keep backing out. You know, I'll be back though. I'll be back. Yeah.
Okay. So Valen's going to continue to step back out. Quara's standing there, having held the apple. Maria's staying next to her.
Crossbow's still out.
Crossbow's still out. Irina's going to step up next to you at the end of the table, and she puts one of the hands on the chairs absently, and then blinks and begins to speak. This is where I met him. This is where I saw Sergei for the first time. And I knew in my heart, we were two halves of the same whole. He sat there to the right of the table's head, and I there on the left, and he watched me eat. I was so nervous. I was afraid to look too often, for the master had invited me, and I dared not be rude by flowering his brother with my attentions. No one wanted to risk the master's ire. And then she blinks and looks over at Valen for direction.
Yes, Lass, what do you want from me?
I'm sorry, what are we doing?
I'm backing out. Okay, I've really got to pee. And you know, I think you have to use the restroom as well, don't you?
She looks mildly confused and, well, perhaps this isn't a place we should remain.
No, I mean, I'm sure this gentleman is very nice, right? And he's offered us food, and it is rude to, you know, turn down. When you're offered food, we're not turning it down. We're not leaving. We're just stepping out to go to the restroom quickly. That's all.
You can hear the organ actually comes to a hard close as he puts his hands down into one long chord, and you can hear most of the pipes are sounding it out. And then there's a moment where he takes his hands off the keys and the room goes silent for a bit, and you watch as the figure at the organ explodes outward in a collection of clockworks, wooden dowels, and cloth, and is pulled up into the ceiling by a set of wires where it disappears.
The guy is?
Yes.
And he's gone now?
And you are alone in the dining room.
He
I
was
would like... Oh, go ahead.
And then he was pulled by wires? Like, is that what you said?
Yes.
So he was clearly... Was it magic then? Or no? That did not sound like magic.
Probably some kind of a marionette.
And it just disappeared in the ceiling?
Mm-hmm. You look up, and as you glance up, you can see a couple of trap doors snap shut where parts of the figure disappear too.
I see. Guys, let's take off and run upstairs and go find out what the heck is going on.
All right.
Okay. If you glance behind you, you can see that there's a spiral staircase that can take you straight up from where you are, or you can cross the main foyer and head up the massive 30-foot wide staircase that goes up into the
I
castle.
vote the massive one in the main castle. They would probably expect us to go up the one that we see the quickest route, chasing after the bad guy. I say we take the safe route and go back the way we came.
First, I actually just remembered I have purified food and drink. I'd like to cast that and then eat an apple for myself. And for anyone who wants an apple or something.
I'll take an apple.
Yeah.
Okay. So you cast your spell, get some food cleaned up. And then you set out behind Phelan as she starts to... Are we walking with purpose? Or are we marching? Are we gallivanting?
Totally walking with purpose. But not as brutally as previously.
Okay.
More elegantly, more elfish.
I can respect that. You head up the staircase, and it winds up and eventually ends in a audience chamber. At the far end of the room, there's a chair with a figure shrouded in what looks like maybe some kind of mannequin with a sheet over it. That makes up where the Lord would sit to receive guests with specific requests.
But he's not there now.
At the moment, well, if he's there, he's under a sheet and he's not moving. It's kind of hard to say.
I'm going to do an investigation of the room.
Okay. You glance around the room, and what are you looking for?
It's clear that this guy likes, tricks and things. So I'm looking for anything that might strike me as, secret door lever, a trap.
Okay. Are you relying on your dark vision, or did you guys decide to bring a light in here?
I don't have any light, so unless one of you guys has a light.
3 of us are humans.
Yeah, I can't see.
Human tax.
I have produce flame though.
Oh, that would be a good one.
Make some light for everybody.
Oh, I have a
Yeah.
torch.
Throw it. I have 13 torches, baby.
Not sure how I would light it, but
Oh,
you can make
Produce
fire.
flame.
yeah.
Right. I'm just gonna
All right, so you pull up some fire in your hand and maybe light a torch or two so you can see. The next thing that you notice in the room, you've got the chair at the far end, and there's plenty of room to stand. There are just lots of desiccated bodies littering the floor.
Oh.
How do we not smell this?
There's no scent from them really at first.
Can I make some sort of check to make sure these aren't going to stand up and murder us?
Absolutely. Go up and poke one of them and see what happens.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Poke it in the eyes. That's what ravens do. How about a survival check with my undead
Yeah,
abilities?
that sounds fair.
Not that I'm undead. I just
No, the
don't
other
like
undead abilities.
Yeah.
Although one of you almost ended up undead for this.
That's a 22.
Hey,
Wait, we could have been undead? Dang it, I
How
could have been a
fun.
vampire.
Or do you mean that one of us almost died?
no, I just mean that's because I bought the Van Richten's guide to Ravenloft.
Okay.
There's like
Okay,
undead
I was like, that
character-
was really
character
soon for
races.
us.
Yeah, it's really cool. You can like make people start off
Okay, that
games
makes more
undead.
sense.
It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool.
And then play as like a beast, Path of the Beast barbarian,
Oh God.
so that you can bite things.
Nom, nom,
Vampire.
Nom 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 nom. Okay. Yeah, you look around, and as you start to poke it, Out of the corner of the eye, you catch as the figure seated at the throne, at the Lord's chair, stands. And as you look down where you were about to poke, and the head turns and looks up at you, and then starts to pull itself up.
Can I shoot it?
You can roll initiative.
I sure would like to.
Let's do that.
Oh
Let's
my.
roll some initiative. And
Oh,
I'm gonna-
Phelan, you and I both rolled natural ones.
I'm going to really quick pop over here and give you a quick idea of what you're looking at, just in case there's a question. I'm going to switch to combat mode. I should get more into like big battle maps and stuff, but I'm always afraid if I invest a lot of money in like really cool 3D stuff, my computer will die because it's always just struggling to do the basics of streaming. I don't want to work it too hard. Okay, so there's that. I believe there's at least one doorway off of here. So let me double check that, and I'll get your initiatives in, and then we'll see what happens.
So wait, this huge staircase
Mm-hmm.
and this huge castle
Mhm.
led up to this tiny room.
Well, this is the audience chamber. So the stairs all kind of go up, and then there's the room.
It's probably not
Suspicious.
that tiny.
It's really not that tiny. And then so you all are standing at this end. So we have Q. Get you guys on the map, and you can decide how you want to approach this. Maria has stepped in to investigate. Phelan was at the front. I'll assume the captain is there. Irina is in that space. And you are probably, let me get the initiatives in, and then you might have to, let me see what happens on my end. We might have to push refresh on the thing. Wings, how'd you do? Or how'd Maria do?
Ha, bad. 4.
4.
I'm
And
glad it's not just me.
so the kindness is also at 4. How'd Phelan do?
I got a 1.
1. How'd Quara do?
19.
And the captain.
15.
Okay. Pink. Okay, it actually did populate correctly. All right, what is our druid doing in this moment? There is one creature standing at the throne, and scattered around the room are 3 figures rising up. There's actually one right next to Maria.
All right. So for the 3 that are in the back, how far away are they roughly?
Let's see. This would be 30 feet. There to there.
Okay.
So that would be 30, 60, 70 feet.
Okay.
If I stay consistent with my sketch so far, which I don't see a reason not to.
Sounds good. I would like to scoot on forward to
Okay.
be like roughly in the middle.
Okay.
Oh, can I move this? Can I doodle on this?
You can doodle on this.
Cool. I want to be like here.
Okay.
And from there, I would like to cast Thunder Wave
Okay.
as a first level.
We can do that.
And
If I remember right, Thunder Wave is...
it's a 15-foot cube originating from me.
Yes. This is a very popular one in my other game. I spend a lot of time dealing with it.
And
Failed saves. Got it.
perfect.
All right, so let's see how those things do with their saves. Con save. Boom. And then we'll say this is 1 and 2. What's their DC for that?
14.
14. Okay. I need a damage from it.
All right.
And they're pushed.
The damage is 13.
13. All right. So the big guy at the throne is going to take the full brunt of that and get thrown back into the chair, which is going to tie him up a little bit, but not terribly so. This guy is also blasted back against the wall and is going to take the full brunt of that. No, not 123, just 13. And the other one, let's say you caught him for the sake of argument. But he's not taking full damage. And that just means for your record keeping 1, 2, and 3. And that would be all of your actions, I assume?
And actually, may I take a bonus action and cast Shyla? It's a cantrip, which means that if I use my quarterstaff, I use dexterity instead of strength.
Shillelagh.
Shillelagh. Oh,
Shillelagh.
horrible at pronouncing.
That's okay. It's an I blew it a lot when I was first gaming. It's an Irish word, so I've really said I am going to know this one.
Ooh.
Yes.
Those are really cool.
It's a great word. Shillelagh is a great word, and chutzpah is a great word. Okay, what's the captain doing?
All right, so looking at the map here, I want to step around Z3
Okay.
and angle myself here at Z2. Because what's the distance here? You said 60 feet?
It's each of these marks is 30 feet.
Okay. Gotcha. So from where I'm at, how close can I get to it?
James's move is 30. So you could get to
close.
you could get within range of number 2 if you want.
Okay. So let me get as close as I can to number 2.
Okay.
And then I'm going to let me check real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna cast Burning Hands from 2 on. So I guess roll to hit, right?
No, Burning Hands is not.
Oh, it's not? Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I'm gonna do the thing. So then they make a dex saving throw.
Yeah.
And
how far does that go again?
30 feet.
30 feet out. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can catch all of them with that. That's kind of cool. Just 7 damage though.
Yeah. Still a lot.
But hey, it adds up. Plus, actually, the only one that's going to actually get to roll is number 2, because the other guys are down.
Okay.
They're technically not on their feet to dodge. They have to pick themselves up still, and they haven't had actions yet. So they're going to take the full brunt of that. So 7 to that one, 7 to that one, and the DC on that is up to 13. He takes the full brunt of it. That was a highly effective use of that spell.
And I'm gonna use my cunning action to disengage.
I hate rogues. I do. The only thing worse than a rogue is like a drunken master monk. Because then they full move, fight, and disengage with a full move on it. Quit grinning. Okay, so...
What if it's my fighting style?
Yeah. Okay, so the guy the thing that was seated on the throne picks himself up. And at this point, he is going to... His move is to pick himself up, so he's going to do all he can do, which is take a shot at the centermost figure that knocked him back. His arrow just flies right past Cora's head. But she barely has to duck to avoid it. And he's going to start to work his way across the room towards you. Number 1 is going to pick himself up. And because his whole move is going to be getting himself onto his feet, all he can do is lumber. I'm going to shift these two on the initiative order because now we come to our witch hunter.
Maria's gonna shoot this guy in the face.
This guy being
5 feet from me normally would normally impose disadvantage, but since I have a feat, I do not get disadvantage. It's
Fair enough.
crossbow expert, and it's the best feat in the world.
It is.
So I'm gonna shoot him.
All right.
Shot number 1, natural 20.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Sorry.
I just like for the record to point out that Jessie is not with us tonight. She is committed to a board game night with her family, which is good because she's moving to Sweden. Because I think we would hear her scream if she was watching how you guys are rolling. Just saying. Daenerys can back me up on that one. Okay, give me damage.
Okay.
I think 3 is going to be feeling this in the morning.
17 piercing damage. Ka-chunk.
Yeah, ka-chunk indeed.
How's it feeling?
Well, if you look at the combat tracker, you'll notice it is bloodied.
Oh, okay. Well, second attack. Normally, you wouldn't be able to do a second attack with a weapon with the loading property, but because crossbow expert is the best feat in the world, I ignore the loading feature. Second attack. That's a 24 to hit.
Jeez. Well, here's the good news. I was thinking about playing some Among Us later. I'm pretty sure we'll have this adventure over with plenty of time to
12 piercing damage.
fire that up. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see. Dice. 30, 2. Okay. Yeah, he splats.
Okay, so that was my action.
Mm-hmm.
As a bonus action, I'm gonna throw open my coat, and my entire unkindness of ravens is gonna come flying out of it, and they're going to swarm the guy at the throne.
Okay. Do you want me to roll for him?
No, I've got it.
Okay.
They're just doing a regular melee attack.
Yep.
I'm using Tasha's for the Beastmaster rules here. Basically, as a bonus action, I can command my yada yada yada. It's got special stats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll actually pop them up there, so it's their action.
That's not a great roll. 9.
And that's against the big guy?
Yeah, it's the big boy.
Yeah, he's going to mostly ignore them.
Okay.
As they flutter around him, and he kind of swats a few times.
And they should have a token on the board too, because they are a targetable.
They are.
Thingamajig.
Another reason why I put them on the initiative tracker.
They have. Oh, hold on. A fly speed of like 60. And also flyby. So they're just gonna swarm him, harry him, and then fly away.
Okay. Towards you or past him?
Past him, up into the air. They're gonna nest in the rafters.
Got it. All right. Oh, let's see. Irina, well, this guy's dead, so she can't help out there. Pretty much her whole action is going to be a step up next to James and ready her blade, because everything else is too far away for her to get to this turn. What's Phelan doing?
Well, I'm going to actually look at this thingy correctly. Only 3 is dead.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm about 30 feet
Mm-hmm.
from these guys.
Yeah, which for you, that's a full move, but you can get there
Yeah.
if you get some speed going.
But that's not my attack action, correct?
Right.
Okay. All right. How far are they apart from each other?
30 feet? No, about 25 feet.
They're that far apart from each other?
Well, they're in opposite. Oh, wait, the white and the other guys?
The Z1 and Z2, yeah.
Well, the room's 30 feet wide, so they're about 20 feet apart. They're on far sides
So
of the
this
room.
is more of. Oh, I didn't see the 30 feet at the
Mhm.
top. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go to. Yeah, Z2. I'm
Mhm.
gonna get on this behind side of him, just in front of Jay.
Okay.
And
Poor
with
dude's getting
my
swarmed.
burst attack,
There you go.
I am going to longsword his ass.
Okay.
And then after I slice his head, because that's what I'm aiming for. I'm aiming for his throat. I am then going to draw my crossbow. Let's see, this guy is hurt. Really? He's hurt? Okay. I'm going to draw my crossbow and aim it at White.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so give me your first attack to slash the zombie directly in front of you.
24! Let's go!
Now we need some damage.
Finally!
That will
Why do I
definitely hit.
I have 2 different buttons.
I believe for you want to push the one that is technically a little bit lower, the D8, because you are using it one-handed.
Okay.
You're not. I assume you have your shield out.
7.
Actually, you
I
probably
didn't know I had a shield.
probably don't have a shield because you're about to fire your crossbow.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
so
fine.
7. That'll continue to work on. Take your shot against the white.
Jeeper creepers, man. 8.
That's gonna miss.
My crossbow does
How
not.
badly do you want to hit?
I really want to hit him.
Do you
I
want?
think- Are you guys cool with me using a reroll?
Here you
Yeah.
Go for it.
Fate has been twisted.
Oh, 10.
Nope.
Yeah.
He easily sidesteps that shot and locks these dead, cold eyes on you. And in a moment, you can feel like, oh crap, I think I pissed it off. Wait. We got one more.
Oh, okay.
Yours got your back.
Honey.
The Fate might not want, but does Ear get it?
Go away. Stop it. Oh no. 5. Sorry, Ear. Ear, it's Gerald's fault. Oh,
Blame Gerald. Of course you blame Gerald. Okay, 2 is close enough to do something. He's going to defend himself by battering at the nearest targets, which I believe are James and Phelan. He's going to focus both his shots on Phelan because Phelan's the one that hit him last. So, bump. Yup. Okay, so he kind of pulls himself up after being, slashed at, and just as Phelan turns to line up the crossbow shot and takes a little too long lining it up, she feels the first claw come down into her shoulder, and when she turns to answer it, a second comes across just under the chest piece of her armor as a second rakes across.
So I can take an additional action on my turn. Is it too late to do that?
Technically, but go for it. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm gonna back out.
Yeah?
As far as I can back not quite as far, but I'm gonna go back down towards M. Back to whence I came.
I don't think you can go that far. Are you thinking like you're using your action
Towards
surge?
that way. Yes.
You're going to burn it now?
Is that bad? Okay. That sounded like a really painful experience.
Well, it would also let you make another combination of attacks at another time.
Okay, fine.
So you might save it for that because it only refreshes on a short rest.
Okay, touche, I'll save it.
Yeah. I mean, you can. I won't stop you. I'm just reminding you it's once per short rest. You're not a monk anymore. I know. It's hard to get hit for 7 damage. You're also a lot meatier now.
That is true. I'm used to having like 12, so 49 minus 7 is fine. I didn't actually notice I had 49, so yeah, I'll take the damage.
Okay. So what's our druid doing?
I am going to use Thunderclap again, except for just as a cantrip.
Okay.
But first I'd like to move closer to Z1 for that.
Okay.
Like right in front of him. Because then that will hit white as well, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe? Okay. Yes.
Do you want to try to get creative and catch Z2 without catching Phelan?
I would love to if we can.
I would love to see you make a quick Arcana check.
All right.
I feel like I should do this in
don't
private,
wanna
so
die.
I don't tell you if you succeeded or not.
Well, I rolled a 21 on my.
That'll work.
Sweet.
All right, give me damage. I'll do some con saves.
All right.
Brilliant strategist, lousy dice roller.
9.
These guys are supposed to be tough. Why are they not tough? Okay. Anything else happening on your turn?
No, I'm good, but thank you.
Okay. Let's see. I'm not dying. I'm not crying in the corner yet. Getting there. I'm getting there. All right. What's the captain up to?
Perfect. So Z2 right next to that's attacking Phelan.
Yep.
I'm gonna take 2 daggers from the wrist and throw them at them. And yeah, I'm gonna throw both of them at the same target.
Okay. Let's just throw one at a time. Just
Okay.
trust me on that.
Gotcha.
You'll notice that like number 2 is really, really red.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason behind that.
Okay. 11 on the first and 12 on the second.
The 11 will hit. I will let you redirect the second one.
Okay, perfect. So I throw the 11. Okay, so I for damage 1d4 plus 3. Does it matter? Is it?
Nope.
So okay.
It's,
So all right.
it's impossible not to kill the first one you hit.
Gotcha. Okay, so we'll just go on to the second one then.
Is that to the zombie or to the white?
Let me see the map real quick. So we have is the zombie engaged with whoever's in front of it?
With
And
Flora?
one-
Yeah, he's close enough. He'll probably turn around and just nom on her face in a second.
Okay. But is he actually actively engaged with the target?
It won't change your attack. They don't do that anymore.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, fifth really simplified combat, made it a lot more theatrical, which is one of the reasons I love fifth.
Perfect. All right. So then I've got no, why okay. Hold on, let me cancel this. All right. So I've got that, and here we go. So we've got 4 damage from that, but I also have sneak attack. If since it doesn't have to be engaged for something, right?
I hate to tell you you can't use your sneak attack.
Okay.
However, you don't have to.
Okay. So how does that work then? Because I thought if the target was engaged with another target, the sneak attack would.
That does kick in.
Okay.
That I misspoke on that. Yeah, that will affect you'll get to use your sneak attack as long as it's fighting something else within 5 feet.
Okay. So, but it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter in this situation, unfortunately.
Gotcha.
Well, I mean,
All right.
depends on your point of view. I say unfortunately because it's like always fun to let players use their cool abilities. However, it leaned over and it was like, of course, dropped the blast. It started to pick itself up and brought its claw down and then took a knife to the side of the head and dropped. So
Cool.
Both zombies have been removed from the combat now.
Perfect. And then I'm not engaged with anybody, but bonus action to hide.
I
behind a corpse. I'm gonna duck down right behind this dude right here.
Bonus
Z2.
action, and no one knows what happened. Go ahead and give me a quick stealth check just to see how well you did this.
Yeah, let's see if the guy notices me. All right, stealth here. 13. Could be worse. Could be better.
Yeah, it could be. But yeah, you you disappear out of sight, and mostly hide behind something. The big guy is picking himself up again because he keeps getting knocked over by all of these stinking attacks from the druid, and is going to light her up. Not as badly as he might have, but quickly, almost as though he were living, he cycles through his quiver of arrows, and one of them manages to connect, passing through. It's a through and through shot into Quora's side, which the good news is it's only going to do 3 points of damage.
Okay.
But it's enough that he can feel somewhat satisfied in undeath that he did something before he was returned to full death. Because I'm pretty sure he's not going to live to see the next combat action. Speaking of which, what's Maria doing?
Well, she's gonna line up a shot on the big boy.
Okay.
That's a 19 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay, that's gonna be 5 damage.
Okay. Second shot.
That's an 18 to hit.
That will hit.
That'll be 11 damage. And then the unkindness will descend. That's a 23 to hit.
Oh, just roll the damage while you're at it. You're on a roll.
9 slashing damage as they come down cawing and flapping and shrieking and tearing.
Okay. So the Captain James...
And then they fly back up into the rafters.
Captain James whips out a couple of daggers from inside his sleeves. They fly out, take out the 2 zombies, and as you blink, it almost like he disappears again. The white fires off a couple of quick arrows and looks up in time so that the camera has a chance to fly straight from his eyes, pull right back until it's looking down Maria's crossbow. She fires a shot, fires a second shot. I'm not entirely sure how mechanically she does 2 in 6 seconds, but we'll go with it.
I want to say that she's got like a special crossbow that has 2
different... like shoot,
yeah, it's tiered.
Flip it.
Yeah.
I like that. That works better. He starts to go down. The ravens descend upon him, and just for a moment there's nothing but shadow and feather. And as the flock explodes away, you watch as a couple of bits of scraps of clothing drift down onto the floor of the audience chamber. And for a moment, you're not even sure there was something there except for the 2 swords and the bow left on the ground.
Maria blows some hair out of her face and she says, "There's undead here."
Quora goes to check out the bow.
It's an unexciting standard longbow.
I'll pass then.
Irina takes stock of the situation. Well, that went well, I think.
Is there anything unique about the throne that it was sitting on?
It's not very well maintained. I mean, if you, as you approach it and you look at it and compare it to the carriage that you rode up in, where it was meticulously kept, this one looks like it's been left. The wood is worn, the polish is worn off in places. It's missing some of the rings that hold down the cloth.
Mm-hmm.
It smells a bit of death and decay, a little bit like the creature that had been sitting in it, bones of which remain on the floor around it now.
Maria will give the room a quick sweep to see if there's anything useful here.
Okay. Mostly anything of value seems to have been moved somewhere else. The bodies are no longer moving. No other ones rise up to do anything as you poke around. So there's that.
It's just gone.
Yeah. Well, there's still some bones to pick from the white and the zombies that you dispatched.
There a door?
There is.
Yeah.
There is a door
I'm
that
gonna
leads
go
deeper into the
ahead.
castle.
I'm gonna go ahead and head towards that door.
Okay.
Kind of stomping on the bones as I go.
Because that's what we do.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we do.
Okay. Excuse me. The door opens onto a hallway. At the end of the hallway, you can see the spiral staircase that looks probably the same one you saw below, just off the dining room. There's also a door on the hallway itself that would lead you off to the left. The staircase itself winds down. So you can head back down where you were, or you can explore the room that's off the hall, or you can retrace your steps and pick a different direction.
I start to head towards the room that's down the hall.
Okay. Very doable. Let me do that, and just so I don't forget to do that.
Is it lit where we're at?
No, you're still providing your own light through here.
Okay. Can I just trying to establish my telekinetic bond with my familiar. And previously I was able to see through their eyes, basically, since we share this bond. Is that something I can still do?
Yep.
Okay. Can I send them off and into that room? And the actual suited dragon has 60 feet of dark vision.
Oh, let him scout ahead for the party.
Yeah.
Okay. For giggles, do you mind doing me a small favor?
Sure.
Can you throw down a quick animal handling check?
Sure. It's not very good, but
I'm just curious what you get.
3.
Okay. Okay.
He bites me on the way down.
No, you kind of take him down. And you're like, hey, I want you to go check that out. And he leaps off and flutters his bony wings for a few moments and then crashes into the ground. And picks himself up and pulls a few pieces in, and then he gets to the door and stops. Looks at you. Looks at the door. Looks back. Shakes his head.
So the door's closed.
At the moment, yes.
Okay. Can I? Well, see, I should be incapacitated from looking through his eyes. I don't think I can do anything in my body state right now.
You can always pop back to your body.
Can I pop back out, like mage hand the door open, and then pop back into him?
Yeah, you pop back in as he comes down from jumping, as the door opens of its own accord next to him. And then he, with a little bit of nudging, he looks in on the room. It is a very well appointed and well lit library. A fire burns in a hearth on one of the walls. There's another door that leads out of the library to another room. There are books. Every wall is a bookcase. And there are also additional candelabra and candle holders around the room that are well managed and taken care of.
Well, guys, it looks like a library in there. Anybody up for some reading?
Well, Madame Ava did say that we would come across knowledge. and it would help us to defeat the devil. So
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, maybe something is in here.
Okay. You are all going in at this point?
I'm going in for sure.
Yeah.
Phelan and James do not seem to be afraid of anything. I'm just going to put that out there. Find it here. There it is. Actually, I get to do box text for the first time tonight in a while, but this is a really well done description. A blazing hearth fire fills this room with rolling waves of red and amber light. The walls are lined with ancient books and tomes, their leather covers well oiled and preserved through careful use. All is in order here. The stone floor is concealed beneath a thick, luxurious rug. In the center of the room is a large, low table, waxed and polished to a mirrored finish. Even the poker in its stand next to the blazing fireplace is polished. Large, overstuffed divans and couches are arranged about the room. 2 chairs of burgundy-colored wood with padded leather seats and back cushions face the hearth. A huge painting hangs over the mantelpiece in a heavy gilded flame. The rolling firelight illuminates the carefully rendered portrait. It is an exact likeness of Irina Kolyana.
Hey, look at you. See?
Irina hasn't looked up at the portrait yet. She's kind of taken more by looking around at the books as she takes a few steps into the room.
as ooh, spooky. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
It's very thematic. As James is making eyes at Irina, she flips open her notebook and starts walking towards that portrait. And she kind of like, sticks that quill in her mouth. And she's looking at the knowledge note. And she starts kind of like peering around. If you guys lose track of me, it's because of the storm.
Duly noted.
I just watched the lights flicker for a second.
That's okay. They can survive with just 3.
It's okay. Edgar will take care of you.
Is that the plan? Is that the plan? Irina hasn't looked up yet, and Jack tries to get her attention, and she turns to look at him, and get her eye. She's somewhere completely different at the moment.
Can I get up there and get that painting down?
You can start to. Let me get to my notes. Before you do, she looks at James and just starts talking. The master brought me here. He kept talking about a grand gift with a great proposal for me and my father. I called him elder, and he sank into that chair. I knelt to comfort him, and she crosses the room and towards the 2 chairs by the fireplace. But he sent me away. He never told me of the gift he had promised. And she still hasn't looked up at the portrait.
I still want to get that painting down.
You head to the painting, and she looks up at it as she watches James cross the room. Oh my. That's not me.
Sure looks like you.
I've never sat for a painting.
Then who is it? Or who are you?
I don't know.
Rena, have you ever been here before?
No, I've never been up to the castle.
That's not what you were saying before.
Pardon?
You were saying that you were just here. That you spoke to the master.
I did?
Yeah, you did.
No, I've never left the village.
What have we done since we got here?
Pardon?
Since the time that we walked through the gates of this castle, what have we done?
We visited. We entered the dining room. We went up to the audience chamber. You fought the Lord's minions, and we've come here.
So you remember that, but you don't remember what you said. Suspicious.
I haven't said anything.
Yes, you did.
Have I? What? Now she's starting to become cross. What do you believe I have said?
We just told you what you have had said. You said you've been here before. You had a memory of being here.
Oh. She glances down. I don't remember these. Not actively.
Interesting. I'm gonna try to intimidate her.
Okay. Roll it. What outcome are you hoping to get, by the way, as a result of this intimidation?
She's being all like skittish and like meepy, and I don't like it. I like strong and courageous and decisive.
Okay, so
I
you're
want
trying
her
to
to buck
intimidate
up
her
and
into
action.
just...
Yeah, snapping out of it.
Okay. I have no idea what that looks like offhand, but you have succeeded in your
22.
intimidation check. She kind of looks, kind of snaps a bit from the onslaught of foul language spat forth by the former soldier, and she holds herself a little higher. And I wish I could tell you what I can and cannot remember. I know I have never been to this castle. I have no memory of it.
We roll a perception check to see if she's lying.
Sure.
We can
That would be insight, actually.
insight.
Yeah.
8.
8. She
I
doesn't
never
seem to
know.
be lying.
Just absolutely telling the truth.
Let me see. I would love it, though, if... I think this would be in the purview of Maria and Quara might both roll these for me. Could you put down a religion or arcana? I'll let you pick.
Arcana, for sure.
I'll do religion.
Just for some fun.
CX.
16.
You think back, Quara thinks back a bit. There are some stories of people's having spontaneous memories from past lives. That doesn't always line up with their active memory.
So I think this, and I just say to the group, it is possible that she is recalling something within a past life.
Didn't Maria take notes on this? I think there was something about a woman hanging above a fire. It was
And-
taken.
Yeah, taken by a princess. But the painting wouldn't. That would be assuming that a past life she would look the exact same way that she does now.
It's not
That
to
wouldn't
say.
really make sense. I would like to invest and analyze the painting and see how old it is.
Okay. It doesn't take a lot of work to investigate it, verify that it's not new. And from what you've known observing human women, that dress is not within the current fashion. That dress is probably... It'd be kind of like looking at a painting now of someone from the 1700s.
Oh, wasn't James gonna take the painting down?
Oh yeah, 100%.
100%.
How old is Irina or whatever her name is?
18, probably.
Interesting.
Recently of age. Well, with a little bit of work, it'll take a while to get the painting off. It is bolted onto the wall.
All right, can I just cut it out?
Absolutely.
Sweet. I'm gonna climb up there and start cutting. Let's see. Taking it one slice at a time.
Irina's like, what are you doing?
Souvenirs. You said it wasn't yours.
She has no complaint with this.
Maria snaps her notebook shut and she says, "You'll get used to this sort of thing."
I suppose I will.
Regardless of what's happening to Irina, let's remember who the real enemy is here. It's hard enough without turning on each other.
What else is in this room? Like structure wise?
Books, shelves, and 2 doors.
The door we came in. The door
3, 2 other doors.
Okay.
He said, checking his notes again. Yeah. One door would be kind of a little bit back towards where you would come. Another one's almost out towards the wall of the castle. And then the door back onto the hallway.
I want to ask Irina if she's had any dreams or anything about this castle or anything, not memories, but just nightmares.
She shifts nervously. I don't sleep much. Not for several years.
Why not?
If I have dreams, they're nightmares at best. And the Lord Strahd often features in them. It's like he's calling me, begging me to come to the castle. I never could. I never wanted to. I want nothing to do with him. You know, they say in the village that this is all his. He created this. The constant fog, the lack of sunlight, the blight on the crops. And it seemed like every time I dreamed, it was another nightmare with him offering his hand to me, begging me to come.
So, what's your name again?
Irina.
Eileen?
Irina Kolyana.
Irina, right. I apologize for that. Would you mind just, stepping over that way for a minute while I have a conversation with my comrades?
Yes, I suppose.
Just some, tactical talk. Nothing to worry about. It's okay. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. And she steps over to the corner of the library and starts to idly look through books.
Maria will give her like a comforting squeeze on the arm as she passes, and Edgar will hop onto her shoulder.
She seems completely unfazed by the bird.
So, you guys, I just wanted to just throw some thoughts out real quick. Vampires, right? They're old and they don't die, right? Is that pretty accurate?
I'm familiar, yes.
Yes.
Okay, and we're dealing with vampires, correct? Yeah. Okay. I'm just throwing this out there. And I just, just in case I have to say I told you so, I'm pretty sure that Irina is probably a vampire or possessed by one or being controlled by one.
Maria's gonna get suddenly very intense and then step close to you and say, "I would know if she were a vampire."
Why? Why would you know that?
It's kind of my thing. Jesus Christ, I'm a vampire hunter.
He talks about it all the time.
Yeah, but like, I mean, just think about it. If she's bewitched, or if she herself doesn't even know it, or perhaps she's just got the like soul of one thrust upon her other soul. I mean, there's lots of ways that you might not know. And this guy that we're dealing with is like super, super powerful. He could be bewitching you and you don't even know it.
Well, from the sound of things, he wants her. And if he's already bewitched her, then there's no point in
But why does
toying
he
with
want
us.
her?
I'm pretty sure it has everything to do with the painting that looks
Yeah.
just like her. I do not believe it is the same woman, but I believe there is a natural connection there, certainly.
Hey, little girl, you a vampire?
And she jumps,
Wondering.
and
Trying to cross things off.
she actually, her hand immediately goes to her neck, and you watch as like the color drains from her face. No.
Sensitivity, Captain.
You see that? You see what she did right there? Total vampire move.
No, I,
See? Zip, yep.
Telling you, I would know if she were a vampire. Tell me, were you bitten by a vampire?
yes.
The direct route is
just
always the
saying.
best.
But he,
No. She crosses the room towards Irina. Were you killed by a vampire?
no, I have not. He's visited the house twice that we know.
Then she is a victim and nothing more. One must be killed and interred in a grave before they rise again as a vampire.
Were you interned in a grave? Did that happen? You remember being buried?
No. After the second visit, we put up wards. My father made the house safe. We rescinded the invitation. Strahd could not enter.
Rescinded? So you gave it to them in the first place?
I didn't know it was Strahd. I didn't know he was the one I had invited in. I was bewitched.
By whom?
By the Lord Strahd von Tsarevich. He can do that. He gets into your mind. He plays it like an instrument. And I didn't realize what had happened when I invited him in.
Maria thumps her monster hunting chest onto the ground and clicks it open. Like, there are like steaks and like garlic and like all of this bullshit inside, and she rummages around in it and like starts getting out different things, and like spritzes Irina with like some garlic spray, and like she's doing some rituals.
Don't we also have holy water? Can't we just do a little splash? Splishy splash.
If you
I
want
was
to check
taking
if
a
she's a
bath.
vampire, you can do that. But I'm trying to protect her because she's not a vampire.
I trust you there.
Irina kind of like is somewhat uncomfortable with the sudden attention on all of these things. But no, we did everything we could. I'm here because I won't be. If I'm going to die, I will die fighting with a sword in my hands against he who wishes to enslave me. Would any of you do less?
I mean, I admire your courage, and your desire to die on the battlefield. And as a former military, gal, I can definitely understand that. But I am also saying that it is quite possible that you are just a pawn in this guy's plan, or you are bewitched and you're secretly actually the super evil one. So I don't trust you.
There's a way to check if we really want to. I wouldn't say it is a smart idea. But there's a way to check if you really want to know.
I'm intrigued.
Cut your hand. Bleed. in front of her.
Got it.
I mean, but if she's
You didn't think I'd do it. I so did it. Smell it.
but like she could not necessarily
So
be
pause
a
it right there.
vampire.
Well, you're
She'd be, like,
saying that
in-
she is a vampire, so.
or she's like possessed by one, or like
Cutting her hand open.
or like the
in the middle
leader.
of Strahd's domain.
Wait, her
Sounds
hand or
like,
my
not
hand? I
hers,
just cut
not
my hand
hers,
open.
not hers.
sounds like a
James.
fantastic idea. Oh.
I didn't have to cut my hand open. We need to cut her hand open.
Oh.
No.
Come here, girl. Come on.
no, you
I'm
mean to
already
say-
bleeding.
James just like waving his bloody hand in
Like, come
Irina's
on.
face.
This is a universal donor right here. Yeah, all vampires can nibble. It's good for you. Plenty of vitamins. I ate an apple downstairs.
She looks more shocked and horrified than hungry. I said, that's not necessary. I haven't turned.
All right, lay off. She like basically like Three Stooges, like Mo just pushes everybody aside, and she says, "Irina's not a vampire, all right? Whether or not she's bewitched, she is a victim of Strahd, and we're here to slay him. That is the long and short of it." She thuds her chest shut. Now about this forbidden knowledge. The fortune teller said it was taken by a princess. So let's look for clues.
I'm not gonna say anything. I am going to kind of humph at being spoken to by someone with no rank. And just start
Civilian, no less.
walking down the
dare you,
hall.
nobility.
Are you exploring one of the other rooms then, I assume?
Yes.
Deep in the castle or
And I don't
out
even
to
look
the
back.
or out to the edge?
The one that's going looks like it's going out of the castle, like towards that way.
Okay. Okay. Phelan throws open a door and leaves in a flounce. But a military bearing flounce.
Yes.
When you open the door, you find yourself in a second dining room. There is here we go. Dust assaults your lungs. A sweet yet pungent smell of decay fills this room, in the center of which stands a long oak table. A blanket of dust covers the tabletop and its fine china and silverware. In the center of the table, a large tiered cake leans heavily to one side. The once white frosting has turned green with age. Cobwebs hang like dusty lace down every side of the cake. A single figure of a well-dressed woman adorns the top. Suspended above is a web-shrouded chandelier of forged iron. An arched window in the south wall is draped with heavy curtains. Resting in a wooden stand by the window is a dusty lute, and standing quietly in the southwest corner is a tall harp shrouded in cobwebs.
Are we all in this room right now?
So far, it's just Phelan. Anyone's welcome to follow her out into it. Unlike the food in the dining room, this room's food has not been touched in a really long time.
How long?
Really long. I wouldn't eat it.
Because it's like moldy and stuff, right?
Yeah.
No thanks.
There's a passage in the far corner that looks like it's going to take you... back around to that same set of spiral stairs you saw earlier.
Wait. The top of the stairs, though,
Yes.
not the bottom. Okay.
Right. So you have
I
another
was like, what
opportunity.
kind of trickery is this?
Yeah, you have another opportunity to go back downstairs if you want to, or back into the
So
hallway.
wait. We're in the room
You are,
that was above the place with the guy.
probably.
I'm going to start poking around and investigating.
Okay.
Looking for trapdoor levers and marionette strings and traps and
Fair
things.
enough. In the dust, you're able to find the figure of a man in a long coat. It once had gold filigree painted onto it, but most of that's been chipped away with time. And you can see bits where the porcelain is cracked. It's about the same size as the figure in the gown on top of the cake.
Okay. Is it like a person figure or like
Yes,
a but
Yeah.
it's like this big?
it's a little man. Just like the little woman
Is it
on the cake.
moving?
No.
Does it look like the guy that was down below?
If you squint really hard, you might see something like that. But like a lot of other small figures you'll find on top of cakes, they're not always that perfect.
I'm gonna take both that little figure guy and the little figure girl person, and I'm gonna hold on to them.
Okay. You pop her off the top of the cake and put him together, and you have a...
I'm gonna clean it first though, because I really don't want old moldy food in my bag.
That's fair.
Gross.
Meanwhile, back in the library, what's everyone doing?
Sure, there's another passageway.
Yeah, there's another door that you could poke through that goes kind of back in towards the castle.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to that one.
All right. Pop that door open. Peek in. Are we opening the door ourselves, or are we sending our skeletal buddy to look first?
Same system as before. Yeah.
Okay. Looking through his eyes, you have a chance to see what's in the room. Sweet smells waft from this delicately lit room. A great arched window along the west wall is covered by heavy red draperies, their golden tassels glinting in the light of 3 candelabras sitting atop small tables around the room. Tall white candles burn in a bright, steady light. A large bed, canopied by silk curtains, sits with its headboard against the north wall. Carved in the headboard with great skill is a large Z. Lying amid the velvet and satin sheets and bedclothes is a young woman in a nightgown. One of her slippers has fallen to the floor at the bed's foot.
All right. I'm gonna use the bird. Go get that slipper and bring it back.
Okay. He scrambles across, looks up, grabs the slipper, scrambles back.
Perfect. So back at my, since I really wish we could detect magic. Is there anyone? Hey, can anyone help me detect some magic? I've got a shoe.
I can try.
How loud?
Do the thing.
I got.
You know, I
it's
almost
that
took
good.
detect magic, but
Do the thing.
I don't have it.
It's full of Baileys. I don't know what's going on. Do I see anything crazy about the shoe? Does it look like a normal shoe to me?
Yeah, it's a very nice velvet slipper.
Okay.
has James ventured into the room yet?
No. I'm
Okay.
still in the mirror. I'm going to convey to you guys what I'm seeing. So
Yeah.
everything that he just said
Okay.
is what I see. You guys want to go say hello? Should we send the vampire in first?
She's not a vampire.
Half
go in.
vampire. A half pyre. Alright. I'll fall
Technical term would
upon.
be a dampier.
Yep. I'm just strutting on in. Quietly, though, I should say.
Okay. So you're stealthing in?
Yeah.
Oh, roll it.
Well, let's say,
Let's see how we do.
Ooh. 6.
Okay, no problem.
I'm-
You
okay.
push the door open. You creep in, take a few steps. Start to slide so that you don't, step too much in the room to get spotted, and blindly slide right into one of those tables. And the candle holder rattles a few times. And
Tables aren't in the forest, so.
yeah, that's the thing. If this had been a completely dry leaf strewn field, you would be silent as a grave.
Yeah.
All this building stuff, that doesn't work. The girl starts to stir on the bed. Hello, is someone there?
I'd like to be as quiet as possible.
Okay.
I got your shoe.
You know,
It's a big slippery one.
notice how our rogue is the least stealthy of the group.
I do love it.
We got this. And she's, oh, why, thank you. And she
Very welcome.
pulls herself up. She has black hair that's done up in a bun. And she, are you servants of the master?
Absolutely. Many years now.
Are you here for the bath?
Yep. Yep. It's that time. It is. I'm late, little, I think, but we're here for it.
I didn't think he would send a gentleman to bathe me.
Listen, times are hard. It's hard to find good bathers these days, especially in this castle.
Oh,
You seen the other rooms?
actually, no, not really. We rather made our way directly here. But there
We-
usually is a bath at a certain time of night.
Who else is here? Am I bathing more than one? They told me just one. They said just one today. Is there more than one?
No. I mean, the master and I. He found me in the wood.
Ah, okay.
Well,
Where is he?
his-
He's due for his bath as well.
his chamberlain found me and brought me up. But the master met me at the door and said I would be safe here.
Okay. What is your name again?
Gertruda.
Truda.
Irina glances over at Maria. Oh dear.
What's going on?
Gertruda.
Do you know her?
Well, there were rumors she didn't exist.
Pardon?
Her mother has kept her locked away in the house. They were legitimately afraid for Strahd. So her mother worked very hard to ensure no one knew she had a child. I don't think she's ever been out of that house.
We often meet our fate on the path we choose to avoid it. This poor girl, she has no idea what to expect.
And you look up and she's turned her back to James. Well, I suppose we should get on with it then.
Oh my god.
All right, let's do the thing. I've got my loofah. I've got strawberry scented oils and such in my bag.
Is this necessary, James? Like,
Checking for bite marks. Shh. Do I see
I'm
any
not
bite
in
marks?
this room, right?
You're welcome to return to the party. I won't fault you for thinking I should get back to this. This is too cool to miss.
No, I mean I don't technically know this is going on, and I'm still like
Poking
I
around
got my
the
figurines. Yeah.
you're playing with your dolls.
I like my dollies.
Do I see any bite marks on?
If you approach her, you can. There's no difficulty seeing her neck, her shoulders, the top of her chest.
I'm approaching.
Okay.
As Bath Swain.
Yep. There's
As well.
there's no sign of any marks on her.
Okay. And so, when was it you last saw the master?
3-4 days, I think now, maybe more.
You been in the room the whole time for 3 days?
Well, people come for a daily bath, and food is brought, and I sometimes sneak out into the library, but don't tell him. He told me I was never to go in the library.
The one that's connected directly to this room.
Yes, he said it was someplace I should not go.
But you went in there.
Well, Mother used to read to me every night. It was
You
hard.
find any good books?
She turns around and kind of holds her nightgown up with that hand. Maybe?
What's your favorite?
Well, there's one I shouldn't tell you about. But they all look very nice.
I feel like you should tell me about it. The master told me to come here specifically to make sure that you're okay. Now, I won't convey to him that you've been sneaking in there, but if you want me to keep that secret, I'd like to know about this book.
And I would like you to roll a persuasion.
Let's do the thing.
Do it.
23.
Yeah. Okay, so you want the book or do you want the nightgown? I mean, you get your pick at this point.
I'll take the book.
Fair enough. She turns around. Well, he has this book that he keeps inside another book, and I thought that was very strange. So I have it here.
Ooh.
And she reaches under one of the pillows and pulls out this small leather journal. It's a very fascinating book.
Can we see it?
She hesitates for a moment and then offers it over to you.
Perfect. I'm gonna pass it over to Maria. What do you make of this thing?
Maria's not in there.
Maria's not in there?
Well, I
Oh.
mean, is Irina and Maria both in here?
They were both at the doorway. You can decide which side of the doorway you're on, or you could still be in the library. There's still Quora
I would
there.
have been a lot more involved in this conversation if I was in the room. I guarantee you.
Then you weren't in the room. It works out perfectly. But
Perfect. Well,
Quora is there if you want to hand off to her.
You turn to hand a book to Maria, and there's a raven there.
that's it. Ben. No, not Maria. Okay. Bird, you don't read, do you? I just thought I'd check. All right. I guess I'll glance through it and call Pond over and say, check this thing out.
Scoot on over. And as I do, I'm saying very firmly and very quietly, you are not bathing her. I want to make that incredibly clear.
I wasn't planning on bathing her. I just brought the loofah for fun, right? It's got to be believable. Got to sell it. Give him a show. This is how I'm going to catch the master at his most vulnerable point. It's bath time.
If you want to bathe him, that's fine. What's in this book?
It'll be a real bloodbath.
You start to skim through the book. I'm going to do two things. I'm going to put the full contents of the book in our group Discord chat. And I'm going to give you the two parts that are the most critical in this exact... really? I can't do that?
In the meantime, I'm going to send a raven to distract Gertruda.
Oh, it let me do that. Yoink. That actually is not that bad. Okay. The first part, the single most important part, is the first passage on here where it says that most of this text is illegible, written as notes in a shorthand that you have no chance of comprehending. The words are mostly common that you can pick out, but their configuration doesn't follow any convention that you recognize. You're not even sure comprehend languages would decipher it. There are several passages you can make out, though, if you take a few moments to think through what the words might mean. I'll let you at your leisure read what you want to read, but I'm going to read the last passage into the game, as it is probably the most significant to the moment we are currently in. It's the last part of the book you can make out. I have a new theory. This malaise that lays over the land, the curse that my bargain brought, can be lifted when we are united. In my decades as Lord, I have not seen the land mature, only fester. Likewise, I am unable to expand my holdings and am trapped here a prisoner, seemingly for eternity. But with her return and our final union, this curse may be lifted. The powers of light did not punish me for my bargain. They issued a challenge, and I do not accept defeat. You are holding the personal diary of one Strad von Zarevich.
Fine.
Oh, that's why I did that, because you have to download it and then you can open it because it didn't word wrap. Darn.
That makes it so much easier to read, downloading it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was like scrolling.
Oh, there's a little scroll
Yeah.
thing there.
Into
Yeah.
a notepad.
Can we safely have someone essentially copy this? Like, in theory, in time, while we're in this room? Like, just like...
Start describing what you can
Right.
pick out of it.
Yeah, to start describing, like, take out the words that we can pick out.
Give it to the vampire nerd. She'll do it.
I cut-
Maria opens her notebook and starts copying as fast as she
How is
can.
a raven like a writing desk?
2 ravens pop their wings out and plop down. There we go. A third is perched, holding the book in its beak. You can pop it down, turn the page, hand it back to him. And he keeps going. Okay. Gertruda kind of looks very concerned as you all start to follow the book. What does it say?
It tells a love story.
Oh, I love love stories. Can you read it?
For the most part, I can't. What I'm curious. What did you get out of this? Do you know how to read?
No.
It's perfectly fine. A lot of this is very, 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 well written and
I love
fancy
books.
penmanship. Yes, we'll tell you all about it. It talks about a young lady coming to a castle. She meets a great prince. The prince is taken away from her far too early. And she waits and waits and waits and abides his return. And one day, he finally comes home, and they have a joyous reunion.
That's
More or less.
so sweet. Irina looks over Maria's shoulder, looks over at James, looks at Maria. That's not what it says, does it?
Still writing. But just to say I was reading and I didn't hear what he said.
It's,
That's fine.
I would also like to take the diary too after she's done copying it if I can. Insert my own sections in there, like an addendum
you
to
do.
these that are written in thieves' cant. So
Okay.
So if someone else were to find this, it would not read the same.
When we inevitably die, somebody can tell our story.
Exactly. Like, please help us, trapped by vampire and crazy vampire Minnie. The mini vampire. Just one thing, not evil enough. It's gonna be fine. Like, just letting them know.
If that one chick turns out to be
Hey.
a vampire, then I told you so.
We
Holy vampire.
we are here.
That would be an interesting plot twist.
Or at least in some way, there's
saying.
something bad.
Just
around
saying,
the-
there's
her she got bad juju. Okay. All bad juju.
This whole place is bad vibes, man.
And that should help kind of protect their stomach and make them feel a little bit better.
Gertruda kind of looks concerned. So, are you here to provide a bath? You didn't bring a meal.
I didn't. That was the other thing. I was supposed to do two things: the bath and the meal. We need to go get your meal, because it'd be unnecessary to take a bath without a full stomach. So let me do that first. Take care of that need, and we'll come back for the bath. So, crew, if we will just that way, and we will be right back with your bath and your meal. That'll be good.
Okay. Okay, got that message. 2 minutes, please. Oh, I just saw it there too.
We start shuffling out of the room, and I have a short scene, if you don't mind. As we leave, Gertruda is left alone in the room, and then there's a caw from behind her, and like there's a single raven left in the room looking at her, and ravens have mimicry, so it looks at her and says, "Beware. Do not trust the master. Go home." And it flies out.
And on that note, we are way overdue for like a stretch. Let's take a 7-minute stretch break. Hit the bathroom if you need to, refresh your water, perhaps a little more Iron Fish Distillery if you have access to it. And we'll meet back here to continue exploring the castle. Does that work for everybody?
Sounds good.
All right, let's do it. See you guys back here in 5 minutes for us, 7 minutes for them. Okay. Oop. You could tell at one time I was a waiter. We managed to do that just as the nurse was enjoying some food. It's all about timing. Okay. So we've left the party. You've left Gertruda in her room with a warning to not get into any more trouble. You've found the portrait. You've found the diary, which I'm not sure that's a small deal on its own. Your best bets, if you're going to continue to explore the castle, would be to head back down the stairs. I guess my question would be, what are you looking for now?
Well, the diary, as Maria voraciously ate this up and read everything that she could. Well, I mean, honestly, she mostly just flipped through it looking for a weakness. The diary mentioned some sort of weapon that he wants to get rid of. And the fortune teller also mentioned a weapon. And she's going to, like, sort of explain this in a haphazard, like, quick way. The way that, like, a nerd who knows too much about something does.
Have we reconvened yet?
Yes.
Great. I have thoughts on what you're telling us right now.
Okay.
Alina, or whatever her name is. Irina. She's the weapon. Just saying.
So we destroy the weapon?
I'll do it. For the greater good.
Irina processes that moment. May I protest this?
You could try.
Do we have any real proof that she is a weapon or the weapon?
First of all, the fortune teller told us that we would find the weapon in the fruit of the vine, soured and stale.
Which we did pass a bunch of gross food.
So
Fruit of the vine is
wine.
typically wine, yes.
Yeah.
Is there wine there though?
Not here.
A wine cellar, perhaps?
Could be. Or maybe the blood of a half vampire. I don't know.
Seriously, you guys?
Time to make some decisions. Do you know of a wine cellar in here? Can you use that? Well, hold on. Why don't we go ask that lady? Hey, I'm going to poke my head back in there. On the way to get your food, I thought you might like a drink. Did the Lord Farquaad mention anything about a cellar of wine? Because I haven't been shown that yet. I know where the kitchen is, but I'm kind of new on stuff.
No, I would imagine it's down with the kitchens where the staff are.
Or like a sub kitchen, like a below the kitchen area. You never been there? Never explored that area? Nothing.
No, I'm not allowed to leave the room.
That's true, but you did go to the library, so you know.
But we're not telling anyone.
We're not telling anyone. No. But are there any other places you might have been that I should know about?
No.
Can I see if she's lying?
Don't even need to roll. She's
not
for
lying.
what you've picked up on her, she's not smart enough to lie.
Okay.
So, wait, you guys just found this little girl in this room?
She's a woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how old does Gertruda seem?
Probably 16.
Oh, well, not yet then. Never mind.
Did you guys ask her why she's there and can't go anywhere?
He was found by the Chamberlain of the Master and brought here. And she's been staying here since.
For protection.
Where?
In the woods.
Why?
Because she was kept sequestered in her home all her life by her mother because she was scared of Strahd. And she finally went out bright-eyed into the world to go and explore for the first time.
So she was trapped in her own home because she was afraid of Strahd,
Because her mother
now
was afraid of
she's-
Strahd.
trapped in Strahd's house.
Yep. Oh, what a cruel
And you guys-
irony.
You guys didn't think that it might be a good idea to try to save her
To
and
rescue
let
her?
her come with us?
You know, she's probably safer where she is for now.
I absolutely agree.
Okay.
And
I think
that's why I left with just a vague warning from a raven.
I think if he meant to kill her, he'd have already done it. And he hasn't turned her, so I'm more worried about the one we have with us.
Yeah, she's totally bad. Like, she might not know yet.
All right. Maybe we go back down that little spiral staircase if we can't find the kitchen. Maybe find another room full of delicious wine. Perhaps.
Let's do it.
All right.
Okay. You make your way down the stairs. You pass the main floor that you were on when you entered. And the stairs continue down. There's a landing. And you can, from what you've been able to judge, you're now below the castle's main floor. The stairs continue to spiral down further. But the landing you're on opens up on a long hallway. The end of the hallway is an iron grate that blocks off what looks like... You really can't quite make it out from here. Some have a store area. A large storeroom. As you glance, trying to pick it out through the darkness, you suddenly spot a light come out of one of the doors along the long hallway. And a misshapen man kind of holds up a lantern and looks down the hall. Oh, guests of the master. You be needing something, don't ya?
Yes, we do. Oh, thank you so much for coming. We've been lost.
Maria slowly puts her crossbow away.
And from the light that his lamp is, or when he holds the lantern up, you can see behind him, behind the iron grates, are rows of tall kegs lining the wall behind the iron bars. Oh, then come.
Captain James.
I've just been fixing something in the kitchen. Come have something to eat before you go any further.
I'm following.
Oh yeah, something to drink too if you have it.
The casks are right here.
You know, can I have some of these?
But he is like the server waiter guy, right? It's rude to not let him do his job. We all have duties. I shall let him perform his.
I'm gonna squint my eyes at him and try and determine whether or not he's undead. Now, mind you, I don't have divine sense.
You're doing it the old-fashioned way.
I'm doing it the old-fashioned way.
Anybody can cheat and ask a god if he's undead, but I'm going to figure it out.
Sure. I throw a lump of garlic at him. Think fast.
Roll something appropriate for me. Let me know what it is.
I'm gonna say survival. And here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna roll it once. And if it's good, well, I don't know how to, I'm just gonna roll it. I'm supposed to get advantage on things involving undead. And that was a natural one.
Womp,
So,
womp, womp.
7.
Oh yeah, he's totally undead.
Great.
100%. Yep. Might even be a vampire.
I'm still gonna go with him.
You know how like kids used to like bored kids in the back of the classroom will like throw paper into like the hoodies of the kids in front of them? Maria's gonna start doing that, but with like cloves of garlic into this guy's hood.
Okay. He completely doesn't notice because he's undead. He obviously doesn't notice things.
She's clearly distrusting of this person.
Yeah. He leads you into the kitchen and there's a large cauldron in the center of it that's kind of frothing and bubbling. The tables on either side are poorly maintained. Chips have been knocked out of them. All of the knives and cutlery are rusted and probably dull. And he comes in and he puts the lantern down. It's not ready yet, though. Here. He grabs this giant wooden spoon and hands it to Phelan. Give it a quick stir for me, would you? Please, please.
You want me to stir?
He says, yes, just.
Why?
And he turns to James. Could do a gentle favor. Would you give it a stir?
No, that's rude. You were just talking to me. Don't be disrespectful. I want to know why you need me to stir.
Because someone has to stir it, and you're not. So I'm asking him.
Why not you?
And his crooked, twisted face throws up this grin.
That's not an answer.
I'm going to intimidate him.
And your desired outcome.
You
of
will
the
answer me.
We all have different ways of solving problems.
Okay.
Some it's intimidation, others it's garlic.
Good. Roll it real quick just to see what happens.
16.
He's intimidated. What was the question again?
Why can't he stir it? Why does somebody else have to?
Well, because I have other preparations to make.
Like?
The glaze.
And who would have made the glaze? Were we not here?
Well, I would have still had to make it, but it would help the final cooking if someone would stir it.
All right, listen, I'm gonna just like mage hand that spoon and stir it.
Okay. That'll work. It drifted over there and plunged it in. He's like, oh, that works. And he turns around to the table, and giant wooden spoon dunks down in, starts to go around, and then you watch as this weird, multicolored, multi-fleshed hand comes out of the pot, grabs the spoon, and pulls it in.
Yeah, that's why I didn't touch it. I think you're gonna need a bigger spoon, mate.
Maria
This
just
one's
gestures.
As I see
at it.
this happening, I
Oh, but
immediately
who
take
will
my
attend?
longsword out and double-handedly, I try to slice off his neck.
Okay.
of the servant.
He's undead! Right? Aren't they bad?
I mean,
On
he's the
that
only one
check.
down here right now.
Is he really
I mean-
undead?
I mean, is there a world where the undead aren't evil? Is that like a D&D thing I don't know about?
Actually, if you
Shoot first!
talk to my Sunday group,
Like-
this is a major debate.
Just kill anything that moves! If it wiggles, throw a sword in it! We'll figure it out.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
fine. I'm not gonna slice at him, but I am gonna pull it out and put it against his neck. Better?
That's good. I like that.
Maria's just
Okay.
pointing at the cauldron, and she's all like, "Oh, but who will attend to the glaze?"
The two hands start to pull another two hands now come out of the cauldron and start to pull the body up out of it.
Just chucking garlic now.
And he's like, "Oh, I didn't think that would happen.
What
Friend of
did you
yours?
think would happen?
Well, I was simply following the recipe. It's not my fault."
She gives up on garlic and gets out her crossbow.
And y'all can give me.
Whose recipe?
It's time for some combat. Roll initiative.
Should have let me chop his head off when I had the chance. A 7.
Let's see here. Let's see. 7 for Phelan. How'd Cora do?
13.
Okay. Let me. I'm gonna refresh that. 13. Excuse me. How and James?
6.
Ooh.
Yeah. A lot too busy stirring.
Maria?
22.
Yee. And that means Maria's kindness is on... I'm going to put 21 so it's guaranteed to come after you, because it keeps putting it ahead of you, which drives me a little bonkers.
I think it's in, how do you call it? Alphabetical order.
That would make a lot of sense. Okay, you are up first.
Okay, I shoot the thing coming out of the cauldron.
Okay.
Thunk.
Thwap.
27 to hit. It's 13 piercing damage. Second attack. 10 to hit?
A 10 will totally hit.
Oh my gosh. This thing's low AC, you guys. 5 piercing damage. And then the kindness descends.
Okay.
17 to hit with 10 slashing damage from the kindness. That's it for me.
Okay. The two shots ring out as Maria takes a shot, flips the crossbow over, takes a second shot, throws it down to her side, and starts to pull back the 2 strings. The unkindness descends on it and just starts pecking at it and pulling at it, and then takes off again, and it has had 0 apparent effect. It continues to lumber up and step out of the cauldron, completely unfazed by your efforts. Irina is... She's nice. She's relatively bright, but I would not call her the brightest bulb in the box all the time. She's going to charge right at it. Because what else are you going to do? And it completely ignores every thrust and slash she makes at it. I mean, you can see bits are like coming off, but it's not slowing its movement. It's not reacting to the attacks in any appreciable way.
But it does concern me that he's not eating as much.
All right, Cora, what's up?
What's the old guy doing?
Mostly cowering.
Okay, so he's like genuinely scared. Okay.
Yeah.
Wanted to check on that one first. May I cast daylight? Just see undeady things. Which creates a 60-foot radius sphere of light at the cauldron.
Yeah, can. It'll light the room up good.
Yep.
That's for sure. Yeah, no problem. The room is well lit in bright daylight.
Perfect.
It's not sunlight, so things like vampires are not directly affected by it per se. But it definitely is bright in here now.
Right. Oh, I forgot it wasn't sunlight. That's fine.
The DM will refund you that slot after the fight's over.
Oh, that's very kind.
I try to be.
Then I would like to, for my bonus action, do Shalila again.
Magic up your staff.
Yep.
That's not a bad idea.
Yep.
All right, and that's going to take us to Phelan.
Yeah. So the blobby thing, creature person, are they entirely out of the cauldron?
They're about to be.
What do they look like? Do they look like anybody that we know or that I might know?
No. The best way to describe it is imagine taking a fashion magazine, cutting out, better yet, take a fashion magazine, throw it through a paper shredder, and from what you find, tape together a humanoid picture.
Interesting.
You can make out at like
Okay.
12 different skin tones just on the face alone.
Right.
Has he been eating the dry food all
And
along, or
how far
eating the tuna?
away am I?
20 feet?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay. Um. I do believe
Amount of dry food that he's eating the same as it was
that
before, or is it also less?
I am going to run up and like push over the cauldron that this thing is coming out of with my foot. I'm just gonna like kick it really hard
Okay.
and push it away from me, making sure not to try to get the goop around any of my fellow comrades.
Okay.
And then after I do that, I'm going to take my long sword and like overhand and try to like slice this golem thing down the center with my long sword.
That's reasonable. Roll me an attack. Not that it's hard to hit.
15.
That'll hit. Give me some damage.
If he would let you, it might be a good idea to try to
12.
Yeah, okay. Your blade starts to, as it comes through, you can see where there's a faint blue light as it slices through, and chunks of it start to fall off, and it actually howls in pain as you hit it.
in some cases it's just like an upper respiratory infection,
And you have done something. I think you get 2 attacks, don't you?
it can be a sign of something
Yes.
Go for it, fighter.
critical. Do you have a thermometer in the house?
Best part of 5th level, right?
For him, it'd be we can't use the touchless.
But I don't know if it actually did anything.
Oh, it did.
I did? All right.
It totally
cool.
did.
So once I go down,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to go right back up and kind of like a zigzag motion with my sword.
Just keep hacking at it.
Yeah.
That works.
13.
All right, and damage.
If you're not comfortable doing
7.
All right.
if you're not comfortable,
That's pretty solid.
I'm not gonna force you to try it.
What's the captain doing?
That would give you some valuable information.
So I am standing where I'm at. Let's see. I want to make sure. I'm going to cast Firebolt at it.
Wait, cast what?
Firebolt.
Oh, okay. Sorry. The T was not well articulated. I'm like,
Sorry.
oh, drop a fireball on it. Okay.
Yeah, fireballs. No, firebolt.
Everyone
Got
duck.
it. Yeah. So I'm gonna cast that at. Roll to hit on that.
Yes. Although again, I would go straight to roll your damage too. You're unlikely to miss.
Gotcha.
This is kind of a damage race.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh, hang on. One sec. Bop. Bop. Nat 20. And Firebolt is going to be. Oh, that's really low damage. 12. But
Roll it again because of the critical.
oh, okay, perfect. Let's do that.
And you have the Book of Fate is relatively full. You are welcome to delve into it at any time
How's that worse?
if you think you need to re-roll something.
So the hit that's the hit damage. Okay, so yeah, it's still 12
Plus
as
11.
as that, and then because it's engaged with Phelan, I get sneak attack, right? Any creature within 5, as long as an enemy is within 5 feet.
If you're using a light or finesse weapon or thrown.
Oh yeah.
Don't think it applies to a spell.
Oop! I should have thrown daggers. I wasn't thinking of that.
No.
Are those daggers magic?
Yes.
And are they?
Yeah.
Oh well.
You
From a
Shrug.
bracer.
you did 23 damage.
Okay.
I'm not sure your sneak attack would add enough to make that a bad decision.
Okay.
I think you're
Cool.
fine.
All right. Perfect. And then bonus action to disengage.
To get further away. That
Yes.
works. It, for its part, is just going to do what it can to crush the nearest target, which would be Linaris. Or, I'm sorry, would be Phelan. Okay. I have good news and bad news.
Okay.
The good news is you have a lot of hit points.
Uh-huh.
The bad news is you're not going to have them for very long.
I'm gonna use my action surge.
He'll be able to take a 5-foot step. So, but you might burn your action surge on your next attack. Because you're only taking 27 damage this round. Between the two hits.
Only?
Did he just crit?
No, he hit with both slams.
Oh god.
And like, you get your shield up, because that's what you do. You deflect, right? And you actually are forced down as both fists land in rapid succession against your shield. And the force of the impact knocks the wind out of you. As you kind of like, ugh. The crazy guy is just cowering where he is. He's unsure what to do with this situation. So he does nothing of interest himself. So that takes us around to Maria.
Paying attention to what happened throughout the round. She's busy reloading her crossbow, and she shouts, "Use magic!" And then as a bonus action, the unkindness is going to come down and kind of harry him. They're going to use the help action to impose advantage on the next attack.
Okay.
Then she's going to line up a shot and fire at him.
Do you have magic?
No, but I have something more interesting. If you'll indulge me.
Keep going. You
27 to hit.
Yep, definitely hit.
I'm not going to do any damage with this attack. However, I took a feat.
Because of course you did.
That gives me maneuvers. I'm going to use trip attack. He must make a strength saving throw and try to beat a DC of 14.
Okay. And otherwise, he goes prone.
Yep.
Okay.
And I would like to try and knock him into the fire that was underneath the cauldron.
That's okay. It looks like they're
Give me. You know what? With a 27, I'm going to give him a dex save. And he lands in the fire.
Woo!
You don't line up a shot for his head. You throw it right through the front of his kneecap. And you watch as it literally pops out.
All right, and then she flips her crossbow and then like turns it on the old man, and seeing him cowering, she just kind of like curls up her lip and takes a step back. That's the end of her turn.
That's cool. All right, so the unkindness is offering help to the next attack. Irina is going to step back because she can't use she has no magic to use. So she has no appreciable action. So what's our druid doing?
I would like to approach Phelan and put a hand on her shoulder and use Cure Wounds at 2nd level. Don't die.
I don't have any potions either.
That is the appropriate face when someone says, I'm going to use Cure Wounds.
10.
A 10.
We're getting you there.
The average would be a 15. Do you want to re-roll it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it. All right.
Yeah, the Book of Fate is incredibly well stocked for you. People have been very nice tonight. So.
That is 10.
You're getting back 10, hon.
All right.
That's what's happening there. But that takes you back up to over half. Slightly. Speaking of which, Phelan, what are you doing?
Well, we don't have. I guess this is so much harder without the picture of what we're doing. So
it's not
hurt.
It's not a very exciting space. It's a giant golem in a kitchen.
He's hurt.
It's hurt. It's got a bunch of ravens harrying it. It's
Theater of the mind.
it's like half down on this pile of fire,
Yeah.
picking itself, trying to pick itself up.
Since it's prone, any melee attack would have advantage.
Oh, I
against
have
it.
second wind.
Yes,
That is also a thing.
that's also a thing.
Yeah, cool. All right. So I. This character is so uninventive. All right. There's no cool like precision attack, slide dodge under.
It's
switch
not a
thing.
monk. It's not a monk.
Ah,
It's a
yeah.
fighter.
Okay. Okay. So, anywho's, I'm gonna longsword him again, from the head down, just right down the middle again.
Okay. Roll it. Let's see if you can get. Like I said, this guy is pretty much a damage race
26.
with a natural 20. And this is where D&D Beyond is cool because it does
14.
and automatically applies your critical damage. So yeah, that's gonna do it. And you have a second attack.
Oh, it's not dead yet.
Oh gosh, no.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
It's one of those things that has tons of HP
And no
zero
AC. Yeah, it's a rate. How much damage
Okay.
can you do
It's a
quickly?
sponge.
Yeah.
All right.
How fast can you damage
If
it?
I use my second attack, can I bonus action to heal
Yes.
myself afterwards? Okay, I'm gonna do that then. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
your
do another,
attack is-
longsword. Swish, swish.
Yeah, you'll automatically go swish swish when you use the attack action.
Sweet.
Yep, and then damage it.
21.
And then you can bonus to do the self heal with your second wind.
12.
That's not bad.
And then 1d10 plus 5.
Mhm.
So, wait, 1d100? No.
No, not D100.
4 plus 5, so 9.
9 more. So you're in fine shape.
Jizza!
Okay, the captain is up.
Okay, so several people around. I think I'm just going to pull out my rapier and go out and try to shank him with it.
Okay. Is it a magical rapier?
No. It's not.
Okay.
Magic.
Are you sure you want to do that?
You're gonna want to use magic.
Do I want to use magic?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Well, that stinks though because
Maria
I can't.
shouted as much.
I can't use. Can I use? Okay, so let me get a DM clarification here. So can I use on a finesse weapon that is magical? Does the sneak attack count?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
Okay, then I'm throwing daggers.
Okay. So you hit with the
If
first
that's
dagger.
okay.
That's
okay.
fine. You hit with the first dagger.
Sorry, I was a little confused. Okay. Okay. Hit with the first dagger and then so the second dagger. Is 17, 19.
No, those will definitely hit.
And so first one is going to be 6 damage,
Nice.
and then 7 damage,
And then you can add your sneak attack.
and then we add the sneak attack in there.
And this is
So
where I
11
swear.
damage. Yes. So 6 plus 7 plus 11. Any math people? 24.
Yeah, 24. Okay, it's going to turn. Let's see. You disengage. So the only thing it can do is try to bring its fist down on Phelan. And it collapses on top of her.
Yay!
Like dead?
Yeah.
Woo! All right. I'm going to go heave
Do
this.
you guys get this thing off me though, please? That'd be great.
Yeah.
really
Start
heavy.
dragging the body off.
Let me do this, and then do that. And then before I forget, do this. Yeah, so you've dispatched the flesh golem. And the chef is the servant's like, that was a meal. Where did that? What do we do now?
that was your meal?
It came out of the pot. I followed the recipe.
Where
Again.
did you get this recipe?
Maria's just gonna point a crossbow in his face and say, "No, no, no. Shut up. I'm leaving."
Just,
Turns around.
it wasn't quite done yet. We finished it off for you. I like mine a little more medium than rare quality. Can I take its head?
The flesh golem's head?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna cut the head off. I'm gonna leave a good bit of neck though.
Okay.
Good bit of base of neck. And then want to see if I can get my noose around it. So I've got a little head melee weapon here.
A little coming.
A little. What do they call that thing?
A flail.
Bombolo, flail. Yes, a flail. A flesh.
Flesh golem head
Chekhov's
flail.
noose.
Flesh head flail.
Yes.
That's where we're going with this.
Chekhov's noose, is that a thing?
Chekhov's
That's
noose.
it. That's it.
Oh, Lord. Okay, so you head back. Where are you going?
Maria's leaving and heading towards the wine
Okay.
casks that we saw earlier that she wanted to go to so desperately.
She reaches the iron bars, and there's a gate that's locked. You could open the gate to go in. It's solid lock mechanism built into the gate itself.
Can she fit a raven through the bars?
Yeah, sure.
She's gonna send her ravens in to go and poke around and look for things.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
Okay.
May I follow the ravens actually and take wild shape into like a rat?
Ooh.
Absolutely.
23 on that perception.
Yeah, you poke around a bit and you can see that one of the barrels way down has been broken open. At the bottom, its contents have been long spilled and evaporated ages ago. And there's something amiss there. And you're able to see there's a cloth tucked in just inside the back of behind the front of the cask of the. Yeah. Your raven could pull it out, or a wild-shaped rat could pull it out, or a non-wild-shaped druid if they wanted non-wild shape on the other side of the bars.
They work together.
Yeah, we're best friends. I talk with animals.
There you go. There's animals here finally. That's a good thing.
This raven's name is Poe.
Oh, that's so good.
Okay. Yep, and you're able to pull the thing out. There's a perfectly clear crystal, about the size of a gold piece or more, that's wrapped up in an oilcloth.
Maria,
So it should fit through the bars then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maria's leaning against the bars and she's like, "What'd you find?"
Squeak, squeak, squeaker. I would just push it through.
"I didn't take any of those spells. I don't know what you're saying."
When I get through on the other side, I would like to return to my normal self. I didn't want to use two wild shapes doing this. It appears there is. I just hold it up. This little crystal. I'm not really sure what it does.
Is it magical? Is it a weapon?
It could be a weapon. Can I do a Arcana check to see if there's any?
Absolutely, go for it.
Cool.
Are the other two of you joining up with everyone now? Or are you still harassing the poor chef?
Feel like there's we're just gonna casually leave the fact that there's an undead chef cooking up bodies in cauldrons down here. Like,
You could kill him.
I just feel like there's more to this than, I don't know. I kind of want to investigate the area and talk to the dude a little bit.
Feel free.
Before I catch
Absolutely.
up with them.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because I left doesn't mean that you can't explore this. 100% go for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
He's kind of listen. I have to clean now.
I do have a question for you.
Yes.
How long have you been in the employ of your master?
Oh, let's see. I started when I was, and then there was the period, 2 years.
That was a really long time for you to figure out 2 years.
Well, there was I started there, and then there were the years that happened, and then there were the years
What?
that happened,
What? What?
and then there was the year that happened, and so you add those all up, and you get 2 years.
That's more than 2 years, my friend.
No, it's not. It's 2 years.
No.
Is there anybody else working down here? Is it just you?
Oh, I managed the kitchens quite well by myself. I once had some assistants. I think I had two assistants.
Well, who were they?
Oh, I don't remember now. It's been so many years.
Two.
Two.
Right. Okay. Do you cook up Gollum people often for me?
I follow the recipes.
Okay. And who do you give these meals to?
Oh. Well, they get sent up into the castle, I think.
By whom?
Other servants.
But you said you work alone.
Well, now I do. But other people come to get the things.
Where are they?
You're not making any sense, little man. I am getting irritated.
I'm not trying to not make sense.
So, Captain, do you have anything that you can do to make this, thing here actually remember things correctly?
I'm gonna threaten to kill him. But I feel like that's already kind of happened. So, my dude list of dudes. Where do these guys that come take the food? Where do they get it from you at? Where's the intersect of the handoff? There?
Oh, they go up the stairs.
The stairs we came down.
Yes.
Do you know where they stay?
No.
No. Do you go upstairs ever?
No, I don't rarely leave the kitchens. I just follow the recipes.
Where do you sleep?
In the kitchens.
In this kitchen.
Oh, across the hall.
So show me.
And he shuffles out and past everyone that's all gathered at the far end of the hallway.
I'll go with them.
Okay. As you cut into the hallway, you feel something in your back from your pack of gear. And then you hear a dull clank as the hilt of your backup sword drops to the ground.
My backup sword?
Mm-hmm. You have your long sword plus one that you usually use, the one that's been magical. One of the other ones that you've been using, the hilt just drops off.
This is fine iron, though.
Mm-hmm. You turn around and pick it up and notice that there's a circle inlay in it, about yay big, that you had not really taken a close look at before. It was a sword you picked up somewhere along the way. You don't even remember where you found it.
Okay, I'm gonna pick it up. So the blade is still in my bag,
The blade is still in its scabbard on your back.
but the hilt.
You're holding the
That
hilt
fell on the
alone now, and it's like perfectly smooth where the blade would be. It's not broken. It's not cracked or bent. It's like as though something. It's as though a blade had never been forged for it.
Interesting. There's no use for any kind of insight here, is there?
It depends on what the other two people do.
Which of the two people?
The two standing down by the casks of wine.
Do I notice anything weird about the daggers on my wrist?
Nope, they're still. You've got your magic bracers on that you just touch and pull a dagger out of.
And they're still fine.
They're still fine.
Okay.
Wait, did I cross through a doorway or something when this happened?
You were in the hallway, about 10 feet away from everyone else.
I'm gonna ask Mr. Guy Man, does stuff just kind of break out of nowhere often around here?
No, things don't break. Unless you break them. Did you break something? Did you break the cauldron? Well, you did knock it over. I have to clean it up. And he turns around from going to the barracks or to the servant quarters and heads right back into the kitchen.
I'm gonna grab him by the back of his shirt and kind of turn him around. Like, listen, dude, I like my sword and it's broken and I want to know why. So show us to your quarters now.
Okay. He goes in. It's a room with a couple of cots, some cabinets. Each bed has a footlocker at the end of it. He points at one of the beds. That's the one he's in. Most of it looks like it hasn't been used in ages.
Any idea what happened to the other guys that were working here before?
No. People come and go as we need.
Okay. And have you seen the master lately?
Oh, he rarely comes down here, except to deliver the recipe. And we follow the recipe.
Do you have these recipes?
Oh, yes. Back in the kitchen.
You bring them to us.
Okay. He shuffles off.
Well,
At this,
doesn't seem like... Okay.
no, please.
I was just going to say, is there anything else that we can perceive in here that's out of normal?
Not really. It's kind of there.
Okay.
I'm
going to go back in the hallway and wait.
Okay. Meet up with the people at the end of the hallway.
Yeah.
Okay. Is Phelan heading down there too?
Yeah, but I can't get over my sword.
Okay. You can walk over and show it to everybody if you like.
Yeah.
As she approaches, Maria will notice that blade has an indent. The hilt has an indent in it, exactly the same size as that clear crystal you found.
Maria's having a small breakdown. She's like, no, there's supposed to be a weapon here. It says here in the journal that there was a weapon that he sent to be destroyed and...
Time out, sidebar.
Not all
Where did I
weapons look
find
the
this weapon?
same.
Where did I find this? Just time sidebar.
Yeah.
DM question. Where did I find this weapon?
The longsword?
Yeah.
5 or 6 years ago, you probably bought it off some trader in some land somewhere.
Okay, continue.
As she gets to the end of this rant, I imagine you walk right up, holding the hilt of your sword, like, hey, this thing's broken. And Maria's eyes go directly to that indent in the hilt of the sword. And, like, she looks down at the crystal, looks down at the indent. You said that it looks like it would fit in there? Never leave an unplugged plug unplugged. She just sticks it in there.
Wait. What are you doing with my sword?
As the
What is that?
it's almost as if as the gem gets closer to the hilt, it begins like a magnet, where it begins to pick up like a force to pull it in,
And it just, like, jumps
and it
out
just
of her
just
fingers.
snaps into place.
No!
Who's actively holding the hilt at this moment?
It's probably
Me?
you!
Okay.
It's you!
The gem drops into
Been
place.
choosed.
You take a second to look at the hilt, and before you realize what has happened, as you're thinking about that sword, a blade of pure sunlight bursts out,
Directly into Maria.
and right up between you and Maria.
Oh, okay. She doesn't lightsaber her.
Right. The hallway is lit as though daylight,
Hey.
and it has the right weight. It shouldn't, but it does.
Maria's looking at it the way that a Studio Ghibli character looks at the person they love. Ah.
I'm scared, but okay.
If you have your character sheet in front of you, in a moment you're going to want to refresh it.
Okay.
Because the neat thing with this one is it wants you to use it appropriately. It's not going to fight you. It's going to tell you how it works. You can hit refresh and take a peek. As this happens, and Phelan takes a moment to like take stock of this blade that she's now wielding, the entire castle shakes. And it's almost as if it is roaring at you. Irina puts her hand to her side. That's not good. And instinctively draws her sword. What's everyone doing?
Maria draws her weapon.
Thank you for that ear, in case anyone needed a quick lore dump.
I'm trying so hard not to just like nerd out right now. As I said, I ran Curse of Strahd.
Yep. But we lose the table in a little while here, so we have to keep. There's a few things we're not going to get to tonight.
All right, cool.
That's fine though. That's fine. The best part about running things at convention is keeping an eye on the clock and going, okay, we gotta get off the table in a little while here.
What?
What are you wetting at?
Sorry, the sun sword. Like, jeepers creepers, dude. Okay.
Is this good? Is that a good or bad Jeepers Creepers?
Unknown at this time.
Well, then in that case,
Okay.
I'll help you figure out how to use it.
How far are we from the 16-year-old in the room? Like, is there a clear path to her on our way out of the castle?
You know how to get back up there.
Okay, I'm gonna run up there and try to convince her to come with us to leave the castle, because like the castle's gonna like do something bad, I think.
Okay. You charge up the stairs. Is everyone following along, or are we splitting the party? Please don't split the party. Please don't split the party. Don't split the party. Don't split the party.
Well, I was gonna hang out with a guy in the kitchen for a while and cook up some things, but if everyone insists,
Well, I mean,
I can roll up top. What's yours was in the stew.
Okay.
I mean, this session's got to end one way or another. We could stick together, or we could split the party.
It'll end the game faster if you split up.
Yeah, let's go together.
You charge up the stairs, and Gertrude is still there, quite happy. She's actually, I take it back, she's not quite as happy as you would think she would be when you break into her bedroom, because the people for the bath still haven't come. It does not take much to convince her to leave.
Sweet.
Especially if you're waving the sun sword around.
Yes, I am. I'm literally like, I'm screaming and like yelling and like waving the sun sword and be like, see, we gotta go.
One of these days I'm going to sit down with my VODs and just grab all the sound alert sounds. That's one of them. Okay, so she agrees to head with you. Is your plan then to get back out of the castle?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. The way is not hard to find. You head back down the stairs to the main floor, out into the foyer, and straight out into the courtyard. As you come into the foyer and round the corner to the front doors to the castle, you watch as the doors swing shut in front of you.
Us inside of them?
With you inside. The hallway directly behind you extends deep into the castle. And as you take a second to stop where you are, you look down the hallway and see there are a series of statues that line the walk to a pair of double doors at the far end. Slowly, clusters of candles beneath each statue burst into flame, one pair at a time, slowly illuminating the hallway leading away from the front door.
Let's go. Why not? I just start walking. I got my sword out in front of me like this. Like I'm leading a marching band. Like,
Let's do this. You make your way down the hallway, past statues of holy men and women from ages long forgotten. There it is. Irina has a moment where her eyes glaze over again. I feel sorrow. This is where I ran, seeking a safe place to mourn. I was alone without him, without my beloved. I needed faith. And then she snaps back into the moment with you.
who said this? Maria?
Irina.
Oh, Irina.
You push open the doors when you get to the end of the hall, because I assume at this point Valen's not stopping to check for traps. Is that a safe assumption?
Not stopping for traps?
Yeah, you're just throwing the doors open and going through.
I'll keep an eye out for traps.
Don't overthink it.
Yeah, I'm just running.
Yeah, okay.
I'm still going right on
I mean,
in.
I know there's a part of you that's like, oh crap, Rob just asked if we were looking for traps. There must be a trap.
I mean, DM says, "Are you sure?" And I'm just like, I don't.
I have trained you well. If the DM asks, are you sure? The answer is never yes.
Except for when I want to be stubborn, and the answer is definitely yes.
Oh, so days that end in Y.
Yeah.
I love my players. You throw open the doors to a massive cathedral that makes up the back half of the castle. The pews are shattered and strewn, as there have probably been many fights in this space. The far wall is a massive stained glass mural showing a raven descending from on high and spreading light over the valley. Large portions of one corner have been smashed out to create a passageway out onto the gardens, and beyond that you can see the mists and the mountains in the distance. The altar itself stands quietly in the center, and Irina points there at the altar. He told me he loved me. He swore that it was all for love. He swore that I would be his bride and his queen and his equal. He demanded my love, but I had nowhere to go. And as she says that, the mists around the floor begin to coalesce as the dust is scooped up, and slowly in front of you forms a body of a man in a fine coat. He grins, and you can see the fangs as he does. There was nowhere for you to go, my dear, for your home has always been here. Now let us dispatch with the unpleasantries. I think it is time to tell your mercenaries they may leave, and you may remain.
What?
You have brought her here to me. You may go as long as she stays. Her place is at my side.
Why?
It is time to bring the curse full circle. Tatiana should come to me.
But she said her name is Irina.
You haven't figured out who she is?
Look, okay, just one-on-one, okay, I tried to tell these people, they're my friends, like, it's fine, but I'm just saying, I tried to tell them that Irina isn't Irina. They didn't believe me. Could you just set the story straight for them for me? Just tell them the story real quick. You're right. I know you're right. Just tell them.
I don't believe you'll catch me monologuing. Now,
I mean,
sheath your blades and be gone.
I don't wanna. Sorry. I like the castle. I made a friend down in the kitchens.
Well, if you will not leave by choice, there is only one way to resolve this.
I think we all knew it would come
Cookie?
to this.
Yes. Rock, paper, scissors. No. Sorry. It won't be that easy.
What is Maria? What, not Maria?
Irina?
No,
Gertruda?
Gertie.
her.
She's just looking like she has no idea what's going on.
He has nothing to say about this.
No, she's like in shock.
Isn't he the master?
Yeah.
Of her?
She's never seen him like this before. And she'll say that, like, I've never seen him like this before.
So, Mr. Guy Man, we can take this chick person here, but we can't take Irina.
Irina shall stay. You may take Gertruda. I really am not that interested in her.
Then why do you have her?
She was a diversion
Why do you want Irina?
because her place is with me.
But why?
Because it fulfills our destiny.
Could you tell me about this destiny? And as I'm talking to him, I'm gonna try to just kind of gesture, sneak, whatever message my people's, and try to tell them to get the one up on this guy and attack him. So
Okay, are you trying really hard to do this? Or are you
Can I roll an insight check? Because Maria is were you not listening? I have an entire diary here that explains everything.
I mean, my stealth is
You're not
a
stealthing anything.
disadvantage.
He sees you. He sees everybody, but they're welcome to make stealth checks if they want to try to flank him or something.
I want to try to
I'm gonna say that Maria's not gonna be able to pick up on that, but if Cora and Captain James want to start flanking him while the two of them start arguing.
Or I have a better idea. Can I rewind?
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna rewind. So just 1 second, Mr. Vampire Guy. You know what, you guys? Why don't you guys just kind of start to leave? And just kind of start to head out while me and Mr. Guy have some mono here.
I mean, it sounds like a fair trade to me. We didn't like that girl anyways. We're going to kill her upstairs.
Yeah,
so
see?
I'll take the nice lady and we'll go out and...
Yeah, you guys, I got this. It's fine.
It'll be
We're
good.
gonna chat.
Come on, lady. We're going.
And I'm going to trust that I have taught my friends well in my language of combat tactics.
Is this something we've done before?
Yes.
Maria's gonna get a little bit huffy. Seriously? Right now? This vampire right in front of me. I don't get to fight the vampire right now?
Cora's just gonna push Maria, just kind of gently,
She's just
talking to the ravens as she's doing so. Be like, it's okay.
She doesn't stop fussing at you as she's pushed out of the room.
All right, he's full enough of himself. He's like, if you plan to stay, you would make a fine addition as well. I could do with a new captainess of the guards.
I am a high half elf. And I do have lots of military training. I'm quite actually, I used to be a high ranking officer.
Is the sunblade still drawn?
I think I have it like it's still drawn, but it's kind of like I'm just kind of like holding it like behind my back, kind of like this.
Come, let me sample then. If you are to offer yourself with Irina, who is still not entirely sure she's on board with this.
Yeah, of course.
She'll, as you approach, she'll draw her blade.
Irina, it's okay. It's fine.
So is everyone else leaving the room?
I'm under the assumption that we're supposed to be preparing an ambush of some sort.
What is
I'm taking
everyone
that girl.
doing?
I've got the girl. We're going right to the front doors.
Oh, if you guys are leaving,
I'm not.
But I'm
I wasn't
preparing
planning
an
on
ambush.
leaving.
Okay.
I would also like to prepare an ambush.
So you're like the hallway kind of thing, or
we go out into the hallway and Captain James tries to leave, and we're like,
We're
no,
going.
that's not the plan.
That's perfect. That's perfect.
We
This
got
is
a
great.
girl. He's got a girl. We've got a girl. We came with one. We leave with one. It's a trade.
The girl that we came to
Traded.
save.
And this was not vampiric. Like we're good.
She's not a vampire.
Half vampire. We've traded up. We're doing good. This door's gonna open. I mean, they seem kind of slammed shut. So we had a deal here.
you? Looking down the hall, you don't see any light at the end of the hallway. The door is still shut. Phelan's allowed to approach this, but first, why don't you hand me that little trinket you found for yourself?
My sword?
Yes.
Well, you see, if you want me to guard your stuff, I need to protect you from other vampires who would like to take your throne, should I not?
I would prefer you not do it with something that I have worked very hard to get out of my domain.
Well, how about I give it to my friends and they can just take it with
How
them?
about I hold it for now?
I really don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea.
You don't think that's a good idea?
I don't think that's a
That's
good
an
idea.
unfortunate thing indeed.
Before he can do anything, I take out my double longsword and then I immediately stab it through his heart and rip it up. And I scream as I do so, "Let's go!" Trying to hope that the people behind me can hear it and then come drunging in.
We're trying. The door's still closed.
Okay. As you lunge forward with your blade, I need you to roll me a very quick pair of
And it is the sun sword, to be clear.
Yep. Oh yeah, I'm very aware. There it is. The D. You're rolling a wisdom save. You do get to roll it twice, as you have advantage.
Wait.
And you are not eligible for rerolls on this.
Well,
The Book of Fate will not save you here.
He can do that.
15.
Oh god.
12 and 15. 12 and 15.
Okay. For the record, for those who are watching at home, the Book of Fate will not help Phelan on this particular wisdom save, nor will it on future wisdom saves.
Oh god, no.
Linares is welcome to use the Book of Fate for anything else she so desires, as is the rest of the party. The Book of Fate is incredibly well stocked. I'm gonna give that back to you, because no. You
That ear.
you bring the blade out and you lock eyes with him, because it is your way to know who you are killing. You have done it since the early days. You remember your first battle.
Stare him down like a hound.
Indeed. And you remember every face. It still haunts you. And as you lock eyes, you realize he is your friend. He is the master of this domain, and it is your place to serve him.
But I'm against being charmed.
Yep.
Is that not?
That's why you rolled twice.
You son of a biscuit.
You call for the ambush, and your party has a chance to rush back into the room.
Oh no.
And then he turns to you. Captainess of my guards, dispatch them.
Leaving the room was a great idea.
Oh no!
I told you we should have ran. We had a girl. We had to find one. It was good.
Well, once you get that door open, feel free.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Jimmy here.
Cask,
not opening.
Cask looks at you. We have to go help them.
I know, but there's crackers outside. Don't you want the crackers?
And he actually looks at you, and he's like, "No, I want Phelan back." And jumps to the ground and chases after Maria and Guara.
All right. I don't have a choice. My dead bird's running in there, so I gotta go get him. Tell the lady, stay out here. This could get nasty.
Roll initiative, folks.
This is awful late to be asking this, but you've been calling him a bird all this time, even though he's a dragon. Is that on purpose?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh my
that's on
God.
purpose.
He's a flightless bird. He knows what he is. He's found a lot more familiarity with your ravens than anything else. He's jealous.
That's so funny.
In the thick of jealousy.
Oh, it makes it work perfectly.
Maybe
Okay,
I'll tape a feather on him later.
let's get these up here.
So wait, but why isn't the sun sword in the? Okay.
Don't worry about it. I got your angle. I mean,
Okay.
unless you kill the party off,
I hope not.
because that would be awkward.
This is Strahd's whole thing. He charms people.
Yeah.
It won't last forever.
Yeah.
We got your back.
Captain, did you roll an ish?
Yes, I did.
Where? Oh, there it is. Whoa, hey, you get to go really early. Bum. Oh, look who goes first.
Uh-oh.
I really kind of do want to kill everybody, so I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna muck around here. Where's his spell list? There's his spell list.
Oh, God.
There's the spell I'm looking for.
Could've rested.
If the
Oh,
party
no.
would do me a huge
I
favor
know fear now.
and make a dex save,
Everybody in the party?
everyone except Phelan.
Okay. We don't have any paladins, do we? 18?
Natural 20.
Blah.
15.
Okay, you all only take half damage.
Are you high enough level for uncanny dodge yet?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that works even better. So,
If you're gonna come out guns blazing, so am I, baby.
do you have uncanny dodge?
Yes, I
don't.
do.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the only person who takes damage from this is going to be the Maria, who takes half damage, and is only going to take 12. As you charge back into the room, and Strahd is standing there with, well, Phelan at his right, ready to defend him. Irina's standing in the doorway looking like, what just happened? And you look up at him as he conjures up a ball of flame and throws it right at the door at you. Cora dives one way. James dives the other way. Maria, drops to a knee and slides under most of it, but still takes a pretty decent brunt of it. And that will be his action. James, what you doing?
Well, is Phelan hostile towards us yet?
She hasn't moved yet.
Moved, but he is moved, right?
Yes. He is definitely hostile towards you.
Okay. Why don't we do a thing where I just try to throw 2 daggers at his face?
Okay. You reach onto those cuffs, pop out those glimmering bits of force, and chuck them like daggers.
Let's see. I guess I can just roll 2d20, right? And then I'll do both daggers.
Okay.
15 and a 13.
Oh, I see how you did that now. The 15, because you have a bonus on them though, right? It's like a +2.
Yep. It's oh, sorry. Yeah, it's a +6, but
Okay.
unless it's different thrown.
So it's a 21 and a 19.
That's it.
Okay, those will hit. Give me damage.
Okay.
And the for magical damage, of course, it's not. He might heal it. While you're rolling the damage, Irina is going to come up, and she's going to... Linaris, I need Phelan. Hang on, let me see if this is going to happen first. Yep, that's going to happen. I need a strength check. James did 9 damage. I'm applying that.
So I'm going to guess that Phelan is not considered an enemy of the target right
Nope.
now? Yeah, I didn't think so.
No, I was already thinking that. I'm like, yeah, that's not going to happen yet. Don't worry, he's going to get swarmed in a second if he doesn't do something creative. How did you do on this? Oh,
8.
Okay. Irina tackles you. Just throws herself on top and is reaching to get the hilt of the sunblade away from you. So next round she'll have it in her hand. You've been ordered to fight back, but you are currently grappled. So if you want to get loose, you're going to have to give me a quick a second strength save.
Before I continue, do I have to fight and proceed as though I am actually charmed? Like, how powerful is this charm?
No, it's too late. I promise tomorrow, honey. Yeah, it's pretty powerful. You're going to, until you shake it, you're going to protect him because he is the greatest, awesomest person ever.
Okay.
But you still have to get loose from the fact that you have someone on top of you wrestling with you. That is kind of like your first priority.
17.
Yep, you throw her off.
Oh gosh. All right. Oh gosh. Okay. Where is everyone?
Irina's the closest, but he's ordered you to go after the closest, which I think, the way my brain has calculated it, would be Quora.
Hey, buddy.
Sorry.
No, that's cool. It's fine.
Okay.
I just healed you that one time.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Oh god. Okay, I don't like this. I'm gonna go with my sword and try to attack her.
Okay, you draw your longsword.
I can't use my sun sword?
You totally can. All right, fire it up. Give me an attack roll.
I don't like the way the DM said that.
Fire it up.
Oh no. I mean, that's just what my hand was on originally.
That works. You'll probably miss.
24.
You did not miss.
Oh god.
Hit the damage button.
It's only a 5.
See?
That's easy.
The flesh wound. Now,
Ooh.
give me that wisdom save. He ordered you to do something against your compatriots.
20.
You are no longer charmed.
Ooh. Can I use my second action now? Like second attack action now?
Oh, third tier. That's just mean. I'm going to send those points back to you because we've already established there's no re-rolling on the charms.
Oh yeah.
That works both ways. You can't do it to help her and you can't do it to hurt her. No, you don't get a second attack because you would have actually burned it against Quora.
Okay.
But
okay,
we'll say that you stopped yourself before you did it.
Okay.
Good night. So the good news is you're out of the charm. Quora, what you doing?
Immediately, I'd like to reach for Phelan and use resistance, which will add a target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to one saving throw of its choice.
Oh.
And just basically being like, you have the sword, you can't that can't happen again.
Okay, I'll slap that
Okay.
tag on there so we remember. That's a good use of it. What's Maria doing?
As a bonus action, I'm going to prepare a hail of thorns. And then I'm going to, as my action, hail of thorns at 2nd level. And then as my action, I'm going to line up a crossbow and shoot it at Strahd.
Feels good to do that, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. 21.
That'll hit.
Okay, so hold on, I gotta remind myself what Hail of Thorns does, which I could have been doing.
That's
he
okay.
needs to make a with a ranged attack before the spell. Next time you hit a creature with a ranged attack before the spell ends, I assume non-magical weapons will not harm him.
That's a safe assumption at this point.
Okay, then I won't waste time rolling the damage for the other thing. In
Okay.
addition of the normal effect of the attack, the target of the attack and each creature within 5 feet of it must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes a number of damage on
Okay.
a failed save or half as much on a successful one.
Okay, damage him. Let's see how what happens from that thing. What's your DC?
My DC is 14.
It's 14. He actually takes the full brunt of that.
Yay! It's only 9. But it's magical damage, and that's all that matters to me.
That's all that matters. Is your unkindness doing anything?
My unkindness could attack, but they can't do magic either. And I've already used my bonus action, so like
Oh.
if we're being noodly with the rules, it means that they can't.
They're busy.
Okay, yeah.
They're busy. They're encouraging you in their own quiet way from across the way. So, oh hey, I'm going to pause to.
Oh shoot! I'm sorry. I just remembered something. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I'm going to take a moment to acknowledge what's happened in chat because we had a raid come in at the absolute climax. I'm not even going to try to recap, but they have been adventuring through the Castle Ravenloft tonight in a one-shot version of the original Ravenloft module. And, well, as you can see from... Oh, hey, let me switch. There we go. As you can see from the battle board, they're fighting Strahd. So welcome aboard. Speaking of fighting Strahd, guess who's up?
The man.
The myth.
The legend.
Oh, legend.
Indeed. Given that nobody's in melee range with him, he has no reason not to keep having a field day with you all. So he's going to...
I'm bad at sports.
Yeah. You know what? You've pissed him off. It might seem like it's a little bit redundant, but it works. I need Maria and Captain James to give me deck saves.
Okay.
Why not? It worked once. It can work twice.
I got a 14.
Okay.
21.
I hate rogues. I really hate rogues. Maria takes a moment to grin as she watches the thorns explode out. And unfortunately, that was a moment too many. Because she's unable to duck out of to get away as a ball of flame bursts to life right where she is standing.
That's fine. This time I remember to use absorb elements.
That's okay. You're at 6 hit points now. After you take 26 damage from that fireball.
Absorb elements halves the damage that I take.
Okay.
So it would be how much damage?
So I'm gonna give you back 13. Is that like a free action?
It's a reaction,
Ah, perfect.
and it's a spell.
It's a spell.
And
That's-
also, well, I'll let you know on my next turn.
Oh, something's about to happen, isn't it?
Well, I mean, you'll find out.
Okay. I can live with that. I can live with that. What's the captain doing?
So I feel like the daggers worked pretty well, but let's try a little bit of fire. Let's get this thing cooking. See if I can do a little bit of heat in the kitchen. I got a 15 on that one to hit.
That will miss.
Ooh, sad day.
Sad day indeed.
All right, disengaging.
Let's see. Ducks and rolls away from that. Actually, not so much ducks and rolls. He kind of more just puts up a hand and pushes the firebolt away.
All right.
A little Darth Vader-esque. Irina is going to cold cock Phelan.
What?
There she can tell. You're still fighting for the bad guy. So she's going to take a swing and try to get the Sunblade away from you. She's not highly effective.
Good.
But that's all she's doing for that action.
Waste of an action, you old dummy.
What's Phelan doing?
All right.
Oh,
Phelan
forgot to do this.
is not happy at the fact that this guy decided to try and like overtake my own will. I'm pissed. How far away is he?
20 feet, tops.
Sweet. And how far is everyone else from him in relation to me?
You're all kind of like gaggled around the door to the chapel. So he's out in the middle of the debris, so you can make a pretty good run at him. I love I love watching those gears click.
So can I like try to reach into the knowledge of this, the hilt of this sun sword, and like get anything from it?
It wants to kill Strahd. You should go hit him a lot.
Great sword, super helpful. Never would have thought of that.
And you actually hear in your mind, well, what do you expect? I'm a sword, not a book.
All right, fine.
Actually, I
So
think that
I,
it
like-
says, damn it, Phelan. I'm a sword, not a tome.
Touche. Get it? Because you're a sword. Touche. Okay, sorry. Okay, anyways, I just find it funny that I'm saying touche to a sword, but anywho's, I'm taking the sun sword. I am taking the sun sword and I'm like holding it out in front of me like a lance, and I am just charging with like my elven like prowess finesse, and I'm just like full speed ahead, and I'm gonna try to stab the sword into his chest and do like a swirly motion and pull back out, and with my second attack I'm gonna try to backhand and slash him into his head.
Do you want to use your action surge and take another attack action after this?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so that's 4 attacks.
And I'm gonna drop, and for my last attack one, I'm gonna drop down so my head is low. I'm gonna swipe up in the middle, like stab, right between the legs.
Okay. Ow. Is that really necessary?
So how many?
Really?
Yes. How many times do I hit this hit button?
You get a total of 4, but let's resolve each one in turn. So you get your first one.
Oh, jeepers creepers. 10.
He fights that back quite easily.
Can I reroll that?
Party.
Yeah, totally. This is
for it.
this is final fight. Why not?
Yeah. All right, 17. 18.
18 hits.
Do you want me to do a damage on that one first?
Oh, please.
Okay.
And then click the one below that too on the sheet. I believe it has 2 damages. Wait. Or am I misreading that?
It does. I was doing the 2 hands, so I did the 1d10 too.
Oh, okay. So you've dropped your shield.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, we're going just ham.
Okay. It sparks and does an additional 6.
Nice.
So that's 14 with that hit. Second attack.
17.
That'll hit. You roll yours. I'll roll the extra D8.
6.
Sorry, and plus the radiant damage as it burns through him for another 12. And then you have your action surge for 2 more attacks. Nope. Uh-oh. Lenarius? Lenarius? Oh dear, Strahd got her.
Is she frozen?
She froze.
It's the hex.
And I feel really bad too, because you could tell
Pray to
she's
the-
really in the moment.
Pray to the Twitch.
Come on, Twitch. Come back. This is like, of all the moments,
Right.
it had to be now. Don't.
It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the
Well, I'll hang out in her box for a second. So that was that's an unfortunate timing thing there. And there's a part like, well, we'll just play a few more rounds while we wait for her to come back. But it feels really wrong to do that. Doesn't it? Kind of. So we'll give her a couple. And then the DM will just take over for her if we have to.
I zoned out. What was just happening right when she dropped?
She was going full fighter on Strahd. So 2 attack actions, she was in the action surge, bonus actions.
Gotcha.
So
Take 5 seconds since we're waiting on this.
okay. That makes sense. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. We have confirmation. Her computer has crashed. She is in the process of bringing it back online. And I believe from having watched some of her stuff, I think her PC is much better than mine. Because if mine had crashed, we would be done for the night. Because it'll be sometime tomorrow that it would come back. My computer does not do anything with any sense of alacrity or urgency. Which is never a good time. I had a complete system meltdown one time when I was trying to teach. And then that was really fun. I'm stupid jealous right now. And Cheapskate, glad to see you here. Would you believe my children's dance company had their first Irish dance festival this weekend. We couldn't go because I had already booked tonight's event here. So, oops, that's not, and then Pond goes there. And we're all back in our boxes. So, cool. Okay, do we hear you too? Not yet. We're almost back. And again, I remain in awe of the Raven-armed ability to get back. I legit don't know how you do that. And that's another thing too. While we're waiting for Lars to get a couple more tech issues, I have been so spoiled teaching from home because I don't take 2-minute bathroom breaks like you do as a teacher. Because as a teacher, that's what you have to do. You only get like a minute and a half because you have to do it during passing time.
Can you? Yeah. Okay, I'm back.
Okay. We got you back.
It's the second time this happened in a week.
Do you want?
So I'm terrified.
Would you like me to roll for you so that as you finish this up? Are you all the way back?
Oh, I'm all, like it reopened up everything. So. We're good.
I
don't
love
know
my
what
players,
happened
but
last
given the time it took for your computer to crash for you to come back, I do want you to know that I do kind of hate you.
Why?
Because it was so quick.
It was so quick.
Oh, really? Because it felt like forever.
Oh,
Well,
doesn't
that's
it,
fair.
though?
That's fair. That's fair. I can relate to that. I can relate to that.
Okay. So what did I do last?
You're
What roll
re-rolling
was
your
I
last
on?
miss. Third jumped on that and went, nope. You're not going to have any misses this combat.
26.
With a natural 20. Oh, this is
Holy
going to leave a
butts.
mark. Oh my god. Okay, so
Just
roll
nat 20'd with the Sunblade.
nat 20'd with
Wait,
a two-handed
crap,
sunblade.
Oh crap! I clicked the wrong one for the damage. I clicked the 1d10. I did the 1d10 plus 3 instead of the 1d10 plus 2.
Oh, I'll remember to subtract that plus one, that one.
Okay.
Because you also did practically max damage. So that's 20 damage there plus 2d8 from the radiant damage for another 5. So that's 26 damage there. And you have a fourth attack still.
Yeah. Go. Oh, it's a 6. Oh, 18. Never mind.
That's a hit. Damage him.
11.
Okay, so fun fact, now that you are armed with the Sunblade, I think you should be aware of the fact that you have done almost a third of his hit points in a single combat round on your own.
Go. Let's go.
Now, it doesn't hurt that you're armed with a weapon designed to kill vampires. Just saying. But that was an impressive amount of damage. Quara's up next if you'd like to try to follow that pond.
Oh, yeah, I'll do my best. With Thunderwave, it's in a 15-foot cube. Is there a way for me to like wiggle in and not hit Phelan?
Roll
Or is
me.
that gonna be...
I always fall back on the roll me an Arcana check.
All right, let's just. I'm curious. I would like to check that out.
Although I think in the future life, I'm going to start making players that don't have like the evocation thing do this. Like I'll roll for them, so you don't know whether or not you're going to screw this up.
Oh well, I think I'm gonna screw it up a little bit.
No, go ahead and roll it.
I rolled a 7.
Yep, you did.
Yep.
Phelan, I need a con save, isn't it?
Let me pull that up. I'm casting at
Anyway.
second level. And it is, yes, Constitution saving.
I need a Constitution save from you.
21.
God
Oh, that's
darn it! That's nuts.
You said you were coming out with guns blazing, so let's go.
Okay, damage it.
All right.
So she's going to take half. He's going to take all of it because I roll for crap on my tonight.
So that's 10.
That's 10. So Phelan takes 5. And he is knocked back into the church. And he slides a bit. He's down like almost a 3-point stance as he pulls himself back up. And what's Maria do?
Maria's-
Could I
wait.
use a bonus action? Sorry.
Sure, what's
Sorry,
your bonus
go on.
action?
Could I use Healing Word
Absolutely.
for Maria?
Aw.
You can.
So I'll cast that. I'm gonna cast it at I'll do 3rd level.
Jeez. Them some big words.
Yeah. It's the ravens.
We like them. They're kind of cool.
Yeah. So that's 10.
Okay.
I'm glad you're healing me because you like my ravens.
Yeah. It's I'm a druid. It's literally because of the ravens. Sorry for
It's a druid thing.
Completely
too.
understandable.
And drop cows. No, you can't. I'm ignoring chat. I'm ignoring that. Just gotta ignore that. All right, so now Maria has her action.
Okay. So Maria had taken all of this damage from the fireball, but this time she was ready, and she cast Absorb Elements. And she kind of like pulled her trench coat over her to protect herself from the fire. And for a moment, it looks like her trench coat has caught flame, but then she like stands up and reveals that she's actually harnessed this flame. She draws 2 short swords and she charges Strahd. That's not my character sheet. Because in order to use the stuff from Absorb Elements, I have to do a melee attack.
You have to do a melee attack.
But first, I'm going to have my ravens come down and give me advantage on this attack.
Okay. So they swoop in and start to distract him. And then you're going to attack him.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get it to go at advantage. I'm just going to roll twice.
Yeah, that's usually what we end up doing.
A 16 to hit?
A 16 will hit.
Okay. Will mundane damage do anything?
God, no.
Okay, that's fine.
Well, actually, wait. No, it does.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, roll the damage.
Okay.
He has resistance, though, so it's not going to do a lot.
Listen, she's all about nickel and diming.
Yeah.
7 slashing damage from the short sword.
Done.
And then she says, "See how you like it." And the fire comes up off of her trench coat and engulfs him for 4 fire damage.
Really?
I'm here to help.
Do you want to twist some fate there?
To re-roll my damage?
Yeah.
It's only 2d6. It's not going to do much better than that.
Okay.
I will do my second attack, though.
Okay.
21 to hit.
Jeez.
With 9 slashing damage.
I hate rangers. Kind of hating all of you right now.
And that's it for me.
I think you just don't like any of us right now.
Nope. Okay. He took radiant damage last turn, so that doesn't happen. Yep. Okay. Those will all work. He is going to... He's not a fan of yours right now, Maria. So he is going to hit you really hard. And he's really going to connect. I would love if you give me a quick strength check.
Okay. Check or save?
Save.
Okay. 8.
And
I don't think that makes it.
That is not. He's going to make his second attack. As you are grappled.
I know what's coming.
You do. And you wiggle a lot, but you don't wiggle that much.
Is she more than 5 feet from me?
She is.
More than 5 feet?
No, she's within 5. You're both in melee with the big guy.
She's within 5 feet of me?
Yeah.
So I could sentinel attack, correct?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna sentinel attack.
Okay.
And attack with... Technically, my sun sword's a melee, right?
It is.
Yeah! 17.
That'll hit.
6.
Fuck him up.
Plus 5 is 11.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he's going to get a lot of that back.
He's going to bite me, isn't he?
Oh!
Oh, that's not good.
Okay.
Do
Hold
it.
on.
Do
Hold on.
it.
Oh, no.
I know we're not using the Jamboard at the moment, but if you want to take a peek, this just popped up, and I'm just really sorry. But I'm not that sorry.
It's okay.
So that's 25.
So the vampire just bit the vampire hunter. No, that's the thing I'm sensitive about.
For 25 damage.
Oh. Well, I've got 4 hit points.
And he's going to get those back. And you're permanently down. Your hit point total has now been reduced to 30.
Okay.
So that'll leave a mark. And he looks very unimpressed as he pushes you away. And he's not even going to like hold on to you. He's done his bit and he's throwing you like to the side.
Like a juice box.
Indeed, like a spent juice box. Is Captain James going to take that?
Yes.
He's like, better her than me.
Yeah.
Just a weak middle finger raised from the ground.
I hope you speak British. Thud.
Okay. Is that me?
That's you.
All right. I just want to throw more daggers.
Okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
I just want to throw. I'm not a healer. I can't. I have no magics. So let's see.
You might consider you do have Witch Bolt.
I'm scared of being tethered to this thing.
It's not that strong of a tether.
Well, the problem is that I don't think I can disengage with that. Could I?
No. You have to sit there and maintain your connection and keep blasting them.
Yes. See, I don't.
Dang. You might actually be doing more damage with the daggers, anyways.
That's what I'm thinking. I thought about using the witch bolt, but I was like, man, I don't want to be stuck and not be able to disengage and him come right on top of me.
You prefer him to be ignoring you.
Yes, just ignoring me is great. We're good. I'll just throw things at him from a distance. Like, here's some rocks. Okay. Wow. Gonna hit.
Nope.
Nat 20.
That will hit. Give me the damage on that one. Okay. And I'm pretty sure that the chat's begging you to use the Book of Fate. So, do you want to reroll that first one?
Yeah, I will. Did you want me to give you the damage for the first?
Already got it.
Okay.
Got that 9 in there?
Do I do it twice since it was a nat 20 on that dagger?
It automatically does it.
It automatically does it? Oh,
Yeah,
well,
it's
that's
really
so
nice.
Fancy. Wow. Okay. Cool.
Yep.
So let's try that.
Twist
again.
the fates. Things are rewound. The dagger is relaunched.
12.
And no. But yes, we do get one sneak attack got through.
Yes.
Because he is engaged with other people within 5 feet.
Perfect. So 12 more.
Jeez. Rogues are blasty. You know what? Lars, Irina's going to run up behind you and put her hand on your longsword that you have not been using. Do you stop her?
Out of character, I will explain the reason she's doing this is because she needs a magic weapon to harm Strahd.
She's just straight up bad. So the regular long sword?
Yeah, your usual +1 you haven't been using.
She's trying to take it from me?
Yep.
I'm gonna like reach around and like hold on to like the hilt with like one hand and like her wrist with my other hand and like look her dead in the eye and ask her what the hell she thinks she's doing.
I need this. I'm useless otherwise.
Why?
Trust me.
I push really, really hard.
Okay.
And let go of the sword in so doing.
Okay.
But I let her know I am pissed.
That's fair.
And she knows if she tries to cross me, I will kill her.
She comes up on she gets it loose and like with practice motion spins and connects with the back of Strahd's leg. And he spins and just howls at her, which opens the room for you to do something. What is Phelan doing in this moment?
Oh yeah, I'm whacking away with my sun sword again, just like
I assumed that was coming.
Yeah.
Put the dice down.
I get all 4 again, right?
Yes.
That was
No,
that
wait,
was
no,
a
no.
12.
You only get the 2 because you don't have action. You only use your action surge once. Action
right.
surge once. 12.
Per short rest.
Burning the reroll.
Does that not hit?
12 will not hit.
Yeah, I'm gonna do. Yeah.
He's hard to hit.
Oh, whoa, 7.
Okay, so that didn't happen. Second attack.
Oy, oy, oy.
You've got the sun sword. You got to connect.
Oh my god!
Do it again.
21.
There we go. Put some damage up there.
Oy.
Hopefully he goes down here. Fate wants the vampire to win. I don't know. Fate seems pretty... Okay, plus the D8 for the radiant damage. All right. We'll see if he might get another action this game. What's the druid doing?
I'm gonna try for damage.
Okay.
I'm going to use my flame blade. Or sorry, it's a spell. That's flame blade.
Oh, yep. So there is.
Mm-hmm.
Where's that been this whole time?
I've been holding on to I've been having to heal and, use thunder and stuff. Keep my distance. I'd like to use that. So I will roll for the attack. Can
12 will
roll?
not hit. Do you want to tap the book?
Yeah.
Okay. Book has been tapped.
There we go. That's looking better.
That is very respectful.
24.
Damage.
Great. And damage, because we're doing this.
Yeah.
16.
That's a lot of fire.
It's my last second level spell, so.
Okay,
I don't
I'm going to
think it'll
throw
worth it.
this also on the jam board. That is what happens before I apply damage.
Is it just enough?
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
I can't. Oh, yes.
Again, he's within 5 feet, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna attack him again.
He hasn't attacked anybody.
Oh, I thought he was attacking her.
No. Oh gosh, no. That
That
was
was her attacking him.
that was her attacking him. I just wanted you to see exactly how many hit points he had left.
I mean, technically, it's whenever a creature attacks against a target other than you. She is attacking a target other than me.
So
Can't I still
you
sentinel
want
attack?
to use your sentinel attack to attack the druid?
No, can't I use my
No.
sentinel?
It's when A attacks B.
Oh, against the attacking.
Yeah.
Never mind. Never mind.
I mean, if you want to turn around and backhand, Quara
No.
with the sun sword.
No,
that-
sorry.
That'll make
Never mind.
everyone wonder what's happening.
Rewind.
So yeah, so the druid charges forward and everyone kind of stops and blinks as she summons a scimitar of flame over her head and just kicks Strahd in the chest and brings it down. And for a moment you lose sight of her as the entire chapel is flooded with light. It emanates out in this blast, and a few things you take away in the aftermath as you blink through it. Quara is still there, panting. Phelan is still there, the blade still burning bright with the sun. Maria's beginning to pick herself up off the ground. And James is still trying to figure out how he's going to make the most money on all of this. Because this is going to be an expensive expedition. Cask runs over and scampers up on his side. I'm proud of you, boss.
I appreciate that. There's many a cracker in it for you.
You glance around and immediately realize that there's one person not here. There's no sign of Irina. You look at the stained glass window at the far end of the chapel, and out in the courtyard you can see a column of white light that has struck from the heavens and it's just radiating a portion of the garden. You step through the broken glass to get a closer look and realize that there are two figures standing in the column of light. Irina, dressed in that gown from the portrait, and a man in a blue surcoat next to her. Irina bows in your direction, as does the man. Thank you. You have brought me home, and I am now with Sergei where I belong. He was right. My soul was the key to ending the curse, but not as his bride. Only freed from him. Sergei bows incredibly deep. We have been waiting for generations to find each other again. We owe you a debt we fear we cannot repay, for we are no longer of this world, as it should be. He puts out his elbow, and Tatiana slips her hand through it. The two turn together and begin to walk up a column of light out over the gardens. And you watch as the clouds above begin to part and the mists around Barovia begin to burn away. The land of Barovia has been spared centuries of turmoil at the hands of Stradvan Tsarevich due to the actions of 4 courageous people. The last shots are those of Irina or Tatiana and Sergei walking into the clouds, looking down the 4 of you in the garden behind. The screen goes white, and letters begin to form. Lantern Noir presents production, featuring the Raven Armed as Captain James Ravine, Wings as Maria Silverburst, Pond as Quaropinion, and featuring Lenarius as Phelan Kelfer.
Wielder of the Sun Sword.
And thus ends Ravenloft.
Yay!
Thank you for that, Eric. That was perfect. Okay, we missed my mark by about 25 minutes. Hopefully, I'm glad you guys stayed it out. I hope everyone can still survive tomorrow. Did we have fun?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
10 out of 10. Would get bit by Strahd again.
That
I
was
had great time. I had great time in Ravenloft.
That was after grabbing 20 hit points out of you. Everyone, by the way, top off. If you still have water in your bottles, they should be empty now. Thank you for that, third tier. I forget.
No offense. I'm glad I didn't heal Maria. I was like, there's a chance.
I'll fucking do it, man. If I get to play Ravenloft and die to Strahd, oh yeah.
You came pretty damn close.
I'm gonna go to the gift store next.
The neat thing is there's stuff that I wasn't able to get in tonight, which will totally be in the next time I run it in this setting. Because it's a lot of fun to try to figure out how to get all the neat plot points done in 5 hours.
Bravo. I honestly I didn't think it was gonna happen, and you pulled it off. I'm really impressed.
This
I
like
will
it's,
say I didn't realize it had been 5 hours. It's like, let's keep going.
that well, okay. Now, to be fair, if I wasn't married with someone who's going to murder me for not coming to bed within the next 2 hours, I would say, well, technically, there's a whole other thing going on. But the neat thing about it is the core of the story we got through, and that was the big part that I like. And those are the things I'm going to be tweaking the next time I run this. There will definitely be a different Strahd motive. It's really neat because when they published it back in the day, you would do a tarot card reading. Good night, at the beginning of the game, and that determined Strahd's goals. Where it was basically the reading Madame Eva does. It's all randomized.
Mm-hmm.
So every time you sit down and play, it's like a roguelike. You don't really know what's happening. You know the basic frame of the game. You know basically how to get gear, but who knows what's going to happen next? So, it's a lot of fun, and I think Ravenarm and I are already planning to come back to the table for this a second time. I don't know. We've got some negotiation going on, so we'll see.
Hoping so.
Yeah, so we'll definitely be doing that, and I'm not adverse to running this again. We might change the cast up a little bit, but we'll see what happens.
I basically want to just live at the D&D table after our current ongoing campaign. So
Sign you up.
yeah, like you need somebody. I got you.
You're not a true addict though until you start buying the books.
I mean, that's what the interwebs is for, though, right?
D&D Beyond, baby.
I get like super into it too. I'm just gonna buy myself a custom-made leather-bound book and just handwrite in all of the rules.
hand copy or 10 sets of dice. Amen.
Just like chip tap the letters in, like chisel them in, like oh.
Be careful, 6th edition is coming soon. I'd hate to see you put all that
my
time
God.
in.
Oh,
Is 6th edition in the works?
Oh, 6th edition's been in the work for like over a year.
Oh my God.
That's why they're dumping all this crazy UA on us now. It's like, hey, we're at the end of the cycle.
I started off at 4th edition, and I remember back when 5th edition was D&D Next. And now I'm officially an old D&Der.
No.
Can I join the old
No.
timer tavern? No.
Not until you can calculate Thaco in your head.
Damn it.
That's the sign of age.
I don't even know what Thaco is.
You know what that sounds like to me? What's a CD? What, you mean music used to come on a thing you had to buy? That's what that sounds like to me.
You know that oh god, what was it? There's something like not a floppy disk, but there like I don't remember the Walkmans. Like if you give the kids nowadays Walkmans, they don't know what to do with it.
It's like an iPod, but not. Oh, Raven, what's going on in the next week for you?
I'm moving. So it's going to be crazy. My move-in date is next Thursday. So my life is in boxes. It's very interesting. But before that, me and Hermit are going to be doing some back-to-back Halo streams together on Monday and Tuesday. So that's going to be really interesting. We're going to start a campaign together.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So very excited about that.
Cool. And continuing around, Danae, are we going to see you anytime coming up online?
Well, you're gonna find me right here on Wednesday playing in I said it right.
Except your mic cut while you did.
The second episode of Waterdeep Dragon Heist right here. Come and see what happens when we go into the sewers and follow the signs. Where could that ever lead? We need to find a certain Floon Blagmar.
Floon.
Floon. And maybe I'll finally use a spell slot. We're level 1. I don't have many of those. But otherwise, you can find me over on the Indoor Adventures stream tomorrow night. I'm going to be running Rime of the Frost Maiden. It's going to be very exciting. We have a guest. There's a lot of cross-pollination going on over there. So if you want to see what's happening in Rime of the Frost Maiden, that's where I'll be. DanaeKeener.com!
Indoor is, by the way, a great place for D&D content. I take a lot of cues from what he's doing. I hope to be half the streamer he is before I die, which, given our respective ages, is actually a lot closer to me than it is for him. Pond, what's going on over in your neck of the Twitches?
Oh, I'm starting my own homebrew campaign on next Sunday.
You have a date set?
Yep, I do, and I'm panicking about it because I need to do things.
Don't. Most of this I just made up tonight as we went along.
Yep.
That's the way you do it.
You just waddle along with it, but that's going to be really fun. And so my week is basically building up to that and then launching it. So
are you still doing all the watch me campaign build stuff on stream?
Yes, not everything I do is being done on stream, but I'm trying to fit in some more for that. So it should be fun.
That is awesome. And I love co-working with you when you do those, because I'm usually campaign writing at the same time.
Yeah, it's really fun.
Yeah, it's good. All right, Linares, what's going on in your neck of the woods?
We just started Birth by Sleep in the Kingdom Hearts series, so tomorrow is day 2 of that. If my PC does not crash. Oh gosh, anyways, and I have a lot of things that are in the works, but nothing that's close enough to being done that I can really this is coming out soon, but I'm working on a ton of things. So lots coming soon-ish.
Awesome. And then for me, if you want to see more D&D content, we've picked up a ton of followers tonight. Thank you to everyone who did. I'm sorry I wasn't able to call you all out as we were playing. As I said, I'm still trying to learn how to balance running a D&D game and calling out the fans that are watching, because you make it a lot of fun. We can do this off stream and have a great time, but just having you here hang out and chat is so much more fun. And a huge thank you to Third Tier Gaming, who's been our chief moderator tonight. He's been a great asset, and absolutely he is the 6th player at the table. It is hard to run a D&D game. It's so much easier when you know you've got someone that you can count on to keep an eye on the chat and keep them going. So thank you for being here tonight, and definitely give them a follow if you have not. He has amazing technology streams, does all kinds of crazy stuff, and he'll be back Wednesday night for Dragon Heist. Tomorrow night here is going to be, we're continuing the full Curse of Strahd campaign. They aren't even anywhere close to the castle yet, so there's a lot of time before they get there. And who knows, maybe Strahd will have a different motivation in that game than he did tonight. We'll have to see. And then Wednesday night we're back for more D&D, and I'm debating about starting to do a tutoring stream midday during the week. So if you or those that you care about are not feeling ready for September and you need some math and or other tutoring, come on by. We'll see if I can get that up and running. I'm happy to nerd on math. As you can tell, I do a lot of it just for fun here. And Eric has been a great advocate for the channel. It's great to have you back with everything. I am going to send you to more D&D content tonight. I'm not sure who else is up and running, but I know Dorktales is. So I'm going to send you over there. They are a great source of D&D content and other tabletop gaming. So say hi. I'm unfortunately going to be lagging behind. I might not even make it over there to say hi to them, because I am going to be hanging out with my players for a bit to make sure they had a good time tonight. That is my priority, unfortunately. But I do feel important that you have an opportunity to go find some other great content. Until the next time we meet, thank you for coming out tonight, especially I'm looking at my Zoom call. I owe you guys so much for being here. This was fun. And I love gaming with all of you. I can't wait to drag all of you back to the table again, because you are my favorite peeps. And then chat, thank you for being here as well. Say hey to Dorktales when you get there. I'm going to go ahead and run the closing credits. Thank you for coming by tonight. Please, if you haven't Vaxxed up, do so. If you don't want to, at least mask up. If you can't do that, back up. We are at the tail end of this thing, and I can't wait to see these amazing people plus more at Gen Con 2022 because we're going to play for real together. Until then, stay safe.